Butt sex. Damn, that's a good blend. Dark fired Kentucky is pretty potent, but if you have just a small amount, it really perks that shit right up. This is, of course, a day late, and there was only like a couple of days' notice, and some people didn't even get that notice. So this could go any possible way. Might actually end up being a dud, and in which case I'll probably be taking my ass a nap here shortly. It was recommended that I run for like an hour before I even begin, but I can't do that. I use my frickin' computer for everything. So anytime I'm like waiting around, I'm not doing other shit, and that drives me crazy. So most I can do, I give like a 30-minute heads up, and then I'll run. Once I've actually come up, I'll wait for about 15 minutes or so, but that's usually as best as I can do. Very, very difficult for me to be patient. I try. I'm thinking about running a structured stream next week. I'm still kind of debating on what topic, but there's a lot of possibility. There's a lot of craziness going on in the world right now. There's a lot of shit to talk about. We'll see, though. And a structured topic doesn't mean that the entire stream has to be about it. We'll just discuss it until we've kind of exhausted whatever we want to talk about, and then we can just open it up to whatever the hell. I might try to react to some Asmongold. That guy is fucking insane when it comes to politics. Firing up another bowl here. Tobacco, of course. I don't do weed. Not that there's anything wrong with it. But probably once I finish this, it should take like 10 minutes. That'll actually go slightly over what I planned. And then if there's no panel members, I'm going to be shutting down. I am quite the opposite. I don't work a lot by choice. I generally only work between 3 and at most 5, 6 hours a day, depending on the day. Allows me more free time. However, I could have said no, but a family member had a death, or it's not like a direct family member, but the death caused my coworker to need to take some days off, and of course, It's not like the end of the world, so I said that I would cover. So I had to swap my Friday off for Saturday and Sunday. It is a little bit of a strange day. I don't think I've ran a Saturday before. So, like, just not knowing better, I was kind of in the middle. Like, one was like, it's a Saturday, so isn't most people off? uh, anything that I think is never like an indictment on people who don't think that way. Like, this is just how I live. I value time over money, but that's not everyone. Ron's out finally. Why are you afraid, Butt? I'm not gonna hurt you. Meow. Come here. What are you looking for? But yeah, I completely had the option to say, nope, that's not the day that I work. But I decided to do it because this person doesn't ever ask much of me. And honestly, I don't have a very difficult job. And part of that is because they do quite a bit of the work. So I don't really have any reason to complain. I figured I could do something nice for them. Hello, Rash. No pressure to anyone, of course, because it really doesn't matter too much to me anyway. But if we don't have anyone interested in coming up on panel pretty soon, I'm gonna be shutting down. It's all good. Um, well, the answer to that is both simple and complicated, depending on what I guess, because like you said, it's quiet. It doesn't matter. So I love animals, particularly cats. Um, I have this really kind of hardcore principle that like humans are not like the pinnacle of everything, and we're not the most important, etc., even though we believe we are. And I'm a utilitarian, meaning that I look at things in terms of the greater good, but I don't think the greater good should be limited to just humans because, again, I don't think we're special. In fact, in many ways, I think we're inferior, depending on what we're talking about. Um, with that being said, society focuses on human needs. Well, we have tons of charities and all sort of stuff. I'm not saying there aren't animal charities, but they don't have nearly the same level of attention. So I feel I can do the most good by helping out foster cats. Cats because they're what I have the most experience with, and honestly, they're the ones that I like the most. Um, so I take on usually the cats that other people don't want, like ringworm. Uh, they have like all sorts of problems. Whatever can keep an animal from not being adopted, I take them and help out, and it's like a twofer because not only am I helping out, and then they can become adopted. Then I mean, also they help me because I love them. Like it's not work to me; it's awesome. Like it's like a win-win. My kids though won't agree. They're like, "Do you get paid?" Because I'm like trying to get them to help out, and they're like, "I'm like, no, you don't do it for money." And they're like, "Well, I'm not interested." Animal charities do real well. Well, some of this is my assumption. It's not like I've like dug in and done the research, but in general, when I talk to people in my life, they're like they'll tell me like, "Why don't you go like see your mother or go do this or whatever?" And it's always like social, personal, like human things. And the answer is clear. Like they don't have the same level of need as animals do. And at least in the animals that I see, they have unfulfilled needs. And it seems that, to me anyway, that human needs are always put first. And I disagree with that. So again, in my way, I think I'm doing the greater good. Of course, some people would disagree with that, but that's the way I see it. That's true. You don't get monetary payment, but you definitely uh, get something out of it. Like I said, it's like a win-win for me. So why is it? Is that like, how do I put this? Is that considered radical? Is that is my logic strange? I'm just curious from an outside perspective. I'm similar, but mainly because there's a good potential that wild animals, I'll actually be harming them more than helping them, even though my intentions are good. I did deal with. Hello, Ron. What is it? Come here. Come here. I'm not gonna hurt you, buddy. Sorry, I got distracted. He has been hiding. He's like a ninja cat. He'll like appear in the hallway and he's just standing there. Some of this is my ADHD, but then I'll like watch a video or something, and then he like even for a split second, I'll look over and he's disappeared. I'll go look for him and I can't find him anywhere. It's like only when I'm not interested, and he just pops up out of nowhere. Domesticated a boar. Yeah, it's not the norm for sure, but that's a separate thing. So whether something is logical and whether or not is whether something's normal are two different things. But we both know that. But like, I feel that it's. I guess an easy way to put it. I can't remember who the quote came from. Some British atheist dude or whatever. He's like a big animal rights activist. But he basically said empathy is empathy. If you don't uh, have empathy for animals, that's all we need to know. And what the way I take it, that means that people's empathy is fake or self-directed, which means that is fake because empathy isn't. It's just chemical reactions in your body. If it's specific, then it's more than likely like I don't know, you're manipulating people. It's not real. It's not actually empathy. At least that's how I look at it. That can be debated. Sir Francis. I really like pigs. I don't have experience with them, but they're extremely intelligent. What is it, Ron? What is it? I'd probably do the same thing. I'm the same Gad one. I tend to side more with animals. The reason being is they're entirely intuition. They don't have the same level of like capacity for thought that we do, which means everything they do is literally just the way they're wired. Which means, from my perspective, you can't blame them for shit. Like we, as the more intelligent species or race, whatever, should take the blame for, like, say, a dog attacks or something. Like almost always, it's just their nature, and we may not have the answer to exactly why, but no matter what, in the end, in my opinion, it always comes down to humans. That was the reason for that, because we have the capacity to understand that's a possibility, which means we should err on the side of caution. It doesn't mean we should like lock them up all the time or anything, but hopefully you get my point. Yeah, that's exactly my point. And that's why I see evil in humans, not all, but a lot. And in animals, it's just, you can't call it evil because there isn't a choice really. That is very true. Absolutely. And not to say that intelligence is necessary for empathy, but it's just interesting to me how we view, at least in Western society, we view pigs in the same way that we do cows or any sort of like livestock animal, as like disposable. Yet we view cats and dogs as like our great companions. Yet pigs have roughly the same level of intelligence as dogs, maybe more. I haven't looked at the studies, but I know they're highly intelligent. So it's not about intelligence. It's mainly, in my opinion, just social conditioning. It's arbitrary. It's not anything. I couldn't hunt anything personally. The only reason I eat meat, and you can call this hypocrisy if you want, and you're not entirely wrong, is because it's already done for me. I couldn't do it. I could not kill animals unless I was starving. That's the only way. That is true, Gadwin. Well, sociopathy and psychopathy both are. We tend to look at extreme examples of like famous cases of like serial killers and shit. That doesn't reflect most of them. Most of them have jobs and obey laws for the most part, because you don't need the capacity for empathy or anything in order to do those things. It's logical. You know you're going to get into shit if you're caught, etc. But it is true that psychopaths and sociopaths tend to crop up higher in like big positions in corporations and shit, which makes sense. They're more willing to lose any sort of what I would consider integrity. Yes, or sociopaths. I like I have numerous times looked at the actual difference, and because society uses them so interchangeably, I still get confused all the damn time on which is which, admittedly. Yeah, absolutely. I would say they're more likely to be evil, but they're not necessarily evil. Yeah, that would have fucked me up. I agree with that as well, Godwin. I was hoping to get some theist talk going in here. That's my favorite. Right, and that's another part of the reason why I just keep on getting them. I kind of conflate them. They're not exactly the same. I keep getting lost on the actual differences. So I tend to use the terms like almost the same as like synonyms, although they're not. Would that be wrong? Like I don't think that it's like against that it's haram to kill them. I don't, unless There's something I don't know. Hello, Ron. Why do you keep meowing? I don't know what you need. Why do you keep thinking I'm going to hurt you? Well, the illegal part is, but I assume we're talking about two different things, which tends to be the case. Nice people turned up. Well, to be fair, I don't like people who disagree with me more, but I do put more emphasis on it because I think that it's more likely to result in something, I don't know, that leads to growth in some way. Like, there's nothing wrong with agreement, but like it doesn't really cause any sort of big difference unless they're like third party people watching that are like, hey, I hadn't thought about that before. But what I don't want is just an echo chamber. I would love that. You know how like freaking complicated cat meows are? Like I can't even come close, and I've dealt with cats for a long time. Hello, Godwin.
Echo chamber.
What was that?
You order an echo chamber.
I did. Yeah, that's what I thought, Rash. That they can slaughter and handle, they just can't eat, or they're not supposed to anyway.
Well, no animal with like a foot like a pig. They're
Yeah,
not allowed to have cloven animals.
right. And there's something in the Bible about it as well. And
Mm-hmm.
another thing that, and I repeat this over and over, and I think you have as well, that people just can't get through their head. I think they don't want to. It's the same God. Even in the Quran, it's the same God. They call him Allah, which just translates to God. They may not use like Yahweh as some people do or whatever. It's the same God, though.
Well,
Like,
it's just different languages because it's not
yes,
Hebrew. It's Arabic. I mean, it's
yes.
just, and people they don't realize like it goes back to Abraham. Isaiah is the descendant of Muhammad, or Muhammad is the descendant of Isaiah.
Hmm,
There's Isaiah,
I didn't know
which is the
that.
line of Abraham.
Interesting. Yeah, there's so many like pieces of evidence that they're all like, I'm not saying all of it's exactly the same, but Quran is considered like an addition to Old Testament, New Testament. It's not different. It's not a separate thing completely as people try to
It,
think it is.
it's a lot of the Old Testament, I'm pretty sure, like the Moses and all the founding of the Jews and all that stuff. Joshua,
Mm.
uh, he was a general. He was a warmonger. Um, um,
Did he spread by the sword?
yeah. Joshua was very warlike. Basically, his parts were God told him to slaughter everybody, the children, the old, weak, he didn't care,
Right.
merciless.
I don't think that I would own you, Mal. And by the way, I don't think that way. A lot of people get this impression because I troll right wingers, and I don't do this automatically. If you actually watch me in my videos, and like, if I know a lot of people don't because it becomes this huge shit show, but I engage a lot in the comments of my videos. And usually what I do is my first thing is, can I take this person seriously? Are they coming from a place of like, how do I put it? Intellectual honesty? Like, are they actually looking for truth? Most of the
Yeah, I was
time,
gonna say sincerity.
yes, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So, but that's what I look for first. And if it seems like all they care about is like owning the libs, then what I do is I play their game. I'm just better at it. So it's not like that's actually the way I view things. That's what I do because they're wasting my damn time. And if I'm going to waste my time, I'm just going to fucking beat them at their own game. That's
Which
what I'm doing.
with them, it's pretty easy. It's just don't get emotional about anything. Laugh in their face, pretty much. Make them look like fools, like it doesn't affect you in any way, and they get more upset about that than
Yes.
anything you
Yes.
say.
Which is funny. And because it's projection, because that's what they're wanting you to do. And they start by like, it's like a troll game, and they just want to trigger you at any cost. But all you have to do is realize what they're doing. And one, you can't get triggered because you know it's not even real. They're just hyperbole and trying to like do shit they think might get under your skin. And two, they end up getting triggered by the fact that you're not bothered by it. And then it's like, it's self fulfilling, but it ends up being them. It's,
Patrick's a good example of that.
yes, he is. And he's entertaining, but, but yeah, it's usually not. I don't think he means most of the things he says. He's just kind of playing this tribal game, and that's just
Well, I've watched his body language. I sat here and like he's even said things like, "Why can't he get under my skin?" and things like that. Other things he
mhm.
says, and it's just I know what he's trying to do, so it's counterintuitive for him to even try because I know what he's trying to do.
Well, yeah, and I actually try to help them even at their own game because if you want to trigger me, and I tell them come up here, and then people are like, "Oh, you're trying to rope them in," which is true to an extent, but I'm also being honest. The only way I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm not even being arrogant. I'm just being honest. You can trigger me. I am human, but you can't do it in text. It's not going to happen. You have to come up here and you need to get on topics that I'm emotionally latched onto. Religion's
I,
one of them, politics is another. You can trigger me, but you can't do it with text. It's just, it'll never happen.
these are the topics that really can't trigger me because I've talked about them so much. So many people
Yes,
would.
yeah, it's the same with me, but I will admit sometimes it depends on the topic. And so if you get into shit that I haven't heard 1,000 times before, which usually does happen at some point, sometimes you can hit me like when I'm least expecting it, and I'll get like pissed off, and you can see it. And that's the thing about this. I can't hide it. I'm not trying to, right? Like my whole goal is not to be like, you can't trigger me. That's not it. It's I'm just looking for truth, and I believe that I have the truth, and I use logic to explain and try to convince people that I do. That's kind of
For
what.
me, it's like circumstantial. Like I either gotta be like hungry or tired to get really pissed off about anything.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing is you're not just in like a vacuum of whatever discussion you're having. You're also influenced by a number of different factors. Like today, I'm a hardcore introvert. I stay to myself and I gain energy by being alone. To me, that's not negative. Some people would think it is. That's sad, whatever. Not me. So I woke up early, had to go get a cat, waited for a long time, and I was in public. There was a bunch of people around and stuff, and that drains me. So I'm kind of tired right now, and that's another factor. Like right now, I'm like more easily to trigger than I would be in most cases because of that. So I'm just saying I agree with you completely, and but yes, there are other factors involved.
I get a kick out Andy, 504. He always tries to tell me I'm a seventh grade dropout. He can't remember the difference between you and I, so I just sit there and fuck with him for a while.
Like if that meant anything, then you would have more of a field day with me. Well, no, I was what I can't. I don't even know what fucking grades are because once high school hits, I start calling it freshman, sophomore. What is freshman? What grade is that?
I
Ninth?
think that's what, ninth grade, yeah.
Ninth, yeah. So I was a freshman for 4 years because I stopped caring when I got to high school. It was all like a party to me at that point.
Well,
Um,
see, I didn't have a middle school where I was at. It went elementary K to sixth grade, and then right to high school, seventh to 12.
mm, mm. But yeah, like if so, one thing that I point out is a lot of times when people are making that point, I think a lot of times they're just trying to trigger you.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, if you want if they want to be taken seriously, what you're doing is you're conflating intelligence and knowledge. They're not the same thing. So also, yeah, knowledge, education is knowledge. That's all it is.
Well, and education's primary goal is to teach you how to think about things, how to go about doing processes and figuring out things for yourself. It's not
Mhm.
there to necessarily teach you things, because things are always changing, like science, how we perceive things and how we go
Mhm.
about things. That's always changing. But
Right.
the way of deducing things down and thinking about things, the critical thinking parts, that's what schools are to teach you. As I always used to joke with my uncle, I was like, university, college, all that, that's all for stupid people. If it works correctly, you'll come out educated.
Yes. Well, I look at it sort of different. Like everything before college is, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, a video that I covered recently, sort of lays it out, and it's how I view it. Most pre-college schooling is just they're telling you exact. All they're doing is giving you a fucking textbook, and they're telling you, okay, this is what happened, this is what you do, blah blah blah. But college is when you start learning to question what you've already been taught and thinking above that, beyond that.
A lot of abstract thinking and stuff like that.
Yes, yes. And so that's one reason why I'm on both sides. I think college is important, or higher learning, I guess. It is. However, we have a system that's fucked to where it's highly catered toward people that have money, for example.
Well, that is what it's supposed to be. That's why we have
Right.
internships. I mean, that's why our media, if you look at the media through like movies through
Hmm.
the 80s and stuff, it was always pick on the nerd, beat up the nerd. The nerd's the person you don't
Yeah.
want to be.
That's the beginnings, or I shouldn't say the beginnings because there's phases throughout history, but that's anti-intellectualism. It's
Hmm.
like it's teaching the populace to be wary of intelligent people when they should actually champion them, because they are the ones in general that propel mankind forward.
Well, and this is also why Socrates hated democracy. In a
Because
system when people are allowed to choose, they're gonna choose the guy who's selling them. Well, as he put it, the example, the sweet salesman, the guy selling candy, versus the doctor who's prescribing an antidote.
mhm,
So they're gonna go with the guy selling them sweets, telling them what they want to hear, versus the guy who's telling them what they need to hear, the
makes
hard
sense.
truths.
Right,
And
right,
the people are always gonna go for like the Trump kind of people versus the Kamala person that's actually educated in the processes of
right.
doing government.
Yes. Well, that goes back to what you've said before, and I use it occasionally, and that's peasant brain. That Trump speaks to peasant brain people.
Hmm.
And I don't mean that in like a condescending way. You could, but I mean it in like a objective way. Like
Yeah,
that's
he speaks stupid. Like
mhm.
Idiocracy is a good example about this. They showed if you speak in an intellectual way, like the people get mad, like because they can't understand what you're saying. So their first innate thing is to get mad about it because they don't understand it.
Mhm.
So there's that emotional response, and then you see that in the film. Like anytime he says anything smart, they get mad at him.
Yes, and so the way I view that, this is just my opinion. What they're doing is they're projecting their insecurity. So
Hmm.
you are not necessarily assuming, let's say that it's you that said something that they consider smart. That's subjective anyway, but like what they're doing is they feel inferior to you. Your intention is not to talk down to them. Your intention is not to make them feel stupid, but they do subjectively. So they demonize you. They want to distrust you and like dislike you because of that feeling.
Correct.
And it's crazy, but that's how it works, and that's why in our society in general, the people who I think should be given the most credit are demonized the most. The intellectuals in our society are like they think that what they say is fake, or that they have ulterior motives, they're just trying to manipulate people, all this shit. That's all like
With the media
anti-intellectualism.
propaganda.
Yes.
And again, that's the rich trying to drive people away from intellectualism because it's easier to control stupid people. Hey, buy all this crap, just go to work, do the 9 to 5, never rebel, never stand up for yourself. And that's where they want the people.
Right. I think it's both. I think there's the absolutely the wealthy seek to kind of control, and they want to keep people complacent, and that's one of the best ways to do it. But I also think that there's a psychological aspect, that there's the human nature aspect of it, and what they're doing is they're preying on that.
I
That's
mean, they
what.
do like us docile. I mean, it makes us
Mm,
easy to make profits and everything like that. Like money is easier made from a society that's not tearing itself apart with chaos, robbery, and all that kind of shit. I mean,
right. I want to go back to something real quick because I'll forget about it. I just left it. Mal says, I disagree to you, Robs. I've taught many games and puzzles to 11-year-olds to teach them how to solve day to day problems. I'm UK, though, not USA. I'm looking to, maybe you know, Gads, but I'm looking to understand what you're disagreeing with that I said and what your overall point is because I don't understand.
kind of what your aspect on what grade school is for. From
Oh,
you about the curriculum that
ma-
wasn't more so to teach critical thinking, that's more for university. Now you also got to watch your terminology because college means high school for everybody outside the United States,
that's a good point. There could have
and
been
then
a misunderstanding.
university is what Americans would call college. That's your higher education is university.
Hmm. Yeah, I might have made a mistake on my terminology there, maybe, but I'll let him explain because I really want to understand his point.
Which I mean, game and theory is a big thing. So like chess club and things like that, where you're teaching people to think in abstract ways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, things like that, getting people just to think, kids to understand, so that way they're actually formulating things in their minds.
I think one of the biggest things that we should do is cultivate skepticism. Now, when I say skepticism, I don't just mean automatically thinking everything's fake. I mean question the Socratic method. Question everything, and just to just the very act of doing that will lead you to a number of discoveries and a better way of thinking. Like I think that alone is huge.
First principles, I think, should be a big one that should be taught. I mean, right from the
I agree.
start.
I agree.
Just how to deduce everything down to its first building blocks, and then construct your theory from there up. Up from that. That way,
Yeah,
you bring in all principles and understand the full complexity of things.
that's a that's a good point. Let's education being textbook led without nuance. Yes, textbook formulae, etc., are taught automatically, but this is down to the student's ability to understand. I agree with you. So to be fair, I was a little overly simplistic. I was trying to make a point, and I was being again sort of black and white. But I do feel that it's still the case in general. Like in by comparison, that's the main difference between the two.
Well, you really have to look at the area where the schooling's at too. Like a lot of Republican areas, there's not much funding for education. Where places like New York, Boston, I mean, there's
Mhm.
places that have a lot of money. California, I mean, their education system's outstanding.
That's true. That does play a major role as well. And it very much depends on individual teachers if you want to go on the absolute like micro level.
And
So
well,
some
that's the reason they keep pay too, because if they keep teacher pay low, it keeps a lot of people who are intelligent who would rather go into a higher paying professions versus taking the
mhm,
lower.
that is true. And I believe that's another aspect of control. It's intended that way,
Hmm.
which is sad. The Matrix, YouTube, or reality. So we may disagree with on this, Fader, but I don't view the internet, YouTube, whatever, as outside of reality. Yes, it's online. But it's not like another version or whatever. It's still within material space. You know, it
For now.
exists. It's real. Like right now, I am on this. It's more obvious for me because I'm on video, but like the people that are typing in the chat are actual people that are typing at their keyboard and they're thinking. You know, it's not like an abstract version of
For right
reality.
now, I
Right.
predict within the next 5 years, you're going to see a mass migration away from like social media, things of like this nature, because AI is going to dominate so many things and
Hmm.
flood everything with AI bullshit, where people aren't going to be able to tell the difference between real and AI. And people are just
So,
going to be like, I'm done.
so you think they will quit because of that?
Oh, yeah. You'll see just a mass exodus. You'll still see it in place for things like transactions, GPS, communications and things like that, where cars and whatnot can communicate with each other. But
Hmm.
people's day-to-day use of like social media and things will just cease to exist.
Maybe. I've never really thought about that. Not much, anyway.
Because like even on Twitter now with these bots now, they're basically selling ads to each other.
Hmm. So I see AI like everything. It's a tool. It's not evil in itself. The problem is most of the people with power are, and they will manipulate it to their ends, which makes it
Well, they're
evil.
stupid. So that's the
Or they're,
problem.
yeah, that's true as well. Um, but yeah, I could definitely see that happening. I don't know, that it would be a very interesting crash if that were to happen because it would be the opposite of what we see now. Like, what would that look like? Would people go back to nature and like meeting people in real life more often and shit?
I think so. Yeah, you'd see a resurgence of places like skating rinks and things like that where people would go, out and socialize again.
Hmm, it's an interesting concept. I don't know.
You'd still have it to like probably like a messaging platform, like how we had to have a phone to call people and stuff like that,
Hmm.
but you wouldn't be using it as much to because look, YouTube just put in where they're adding a whole shitload more ads into people's content. People are sick of
Yeah,
ads.
I've
It's just
noticed that. It's
I am
all
I
about profit.
my ad blocker is amazing. I never mess with it. It blocks everything. I never see a YouTube ad or any ad on any site.
That's the problem for me. I love it, but it blocks everything, including StreamYard, including like third party. Like if I use OBS and try to swap over, it blocks it. So
Ah,
it gives me an issue. But in my personal time, it's very awesome to not have to freaking deal with. I even hate it when I'm listening to like um, Amazon Music or something, or
oh yeah.
YouTube Music or whatever. It pisses me off because it's not just they put in like a quick ad and then go to your next song. They'll have like a damn 6 minute fucking like advertisement for medicine or some shit that only applies to like a tiny percentage of the population.
I had this stupid phone that I bought that I never activated. I just use it to listen to YouTube. And I'll be laying there at times. I'll put like a lore and history videos to sleep to. And all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden a stupid ad will come on and it's just like I have it turned off targeted ads. So sometimes it's like Spanish or some other freaking language, and it's like this one long infomercial, like 30-minute long ad. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
So
fuck
I'm gonna
that.
have to hit the skip button.
Yeah, it irritates me more because usually I listen to music. I'm like, people are different. I'm not a huge music buff. I don't listen to music all the time, but I do at work. It allows me to like hyper focus and yeah, I just time moves by faster. Everything's better in my opinion. Hello, Melody.
Hey, what's up?
Not
I
much,
knew she couldn't resist.
but what
No,
bothers me
but
about it is
I
that
don't
you
I don't
can't
think
skip
that okay,
quickly. At
sorry.
least I can't.
Guys, I
Yeah,
don't think that what you're saying is true. So like AI will just take over what we say like for chat and stuff. I mean, here's the
what
thing is
there's
that's
chat
going to be
bots
so
already. Look at the or the videos being made of like Trump and all these AI generated things that people don't even know it's real or fake anymore. Like
well,
it's just
yeah.
it's going to
Let's
dominate things in so many aspects from
yeah.
posts on Twitter to YouTube videos to you
I,
name
I
it. It's going
I do understand what you're saying. And that definitely is. I mean, it's definitely true. I mean, it's already happening. It's already happening.
And it's
And
going to flood so many things that people are just going to be like, I had enough. And I deleted my Facebook, and I never had a Twitter or any of that crap.
I'm talking about, okay, for instance, what we are doing right now. This is not going to be AI. Why
Well,
would
this is
someone
called
want to?
the dark forest
I mean, this
kind of
can't be
effect.
AI. I mean, these
Hypothesis.
are real people, and this is
Yes.
not going to happen.
Well, the dark forest theory is like small groups of people will isolate themselves in the pockets of the internet. So we're a very small pocket of people on the internet that always kind of coalesce in the same area, and we mingle together. We're a little community basically. And there's other ones all around the internet, but it's the dark forest theory.
Okay, but I mean, if you're an individual, why would you want to be some AI person? I mean, are you talking about you and I? Just, I mean, myself
Well,
being
no,
like
look at
an
the
AI
video.
person. If
Like I listen to lore videos, history videos, you name it. They're all using AI generated videos, art, speech, just the
yeah,
whole videos now are becoming fully AI. And
yeah,
there's a lot
that's
of
that is
wrong in
true.
these videos. Like
That's
Charles
that is
actually called me out in a video during the week for my Amazon one, which actually I got looking around and it was just being spammed all over the freaking YouTube.
I called you out.
Well, I posted it in the news thing, and then you posted a video about the Amazon moving one.
I don't recall. I've got a bad memory though.
But then I got looking into it. I was like, oh shit, this is all spammed all over YouTube. Like different channels, all using the same thumbnail, just same thing. Amazon moving to, and it's just AI bullshit.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I covered that. Well, I popped it up because I didn't know it popped up as like a really new breaking story. And I'm like,
Yep.
this might be true, even though it sounds kind of shady and there's not a lot of evidence to back it.
Well,
So, but I was clear about it. Huh?
YouTube's flooding me with bullshit. Like up in my little bell, it keeps
Yeah.
recommending me all this stupid shit that I don't want to watch.
Yes, and I hate it because I've complained for like the last 5 years that this is the disinformation age. That there's so much shit and it's hard to you got to dig through sources and crap on
oh,
everything.
absolutely.
But it's getting worse now. So it's like it's not just a problem, it's a problem that we're not dealing with in any meaningful way, and it's causing like the population to jump in many different directions on things that are like mutually exclusive, like things that can
Protections are
only
being
be
cut.
wrong or right.
This Trump administration is actually cutting. He just cut the Consumer Protection Agency, the one that.
It doesn't do nuance.
Yeah, that's. I
Hello,
don't.
Was
Mal.
Yeah. I mean,
hello,
it's
Mal.
so
What
true.
was that?
AI doesn't do nuance well.
That is true.
Mal, hey.
Not yet.
People
It's
think
getting
it's
there,
the
though.
be all and end all. It's going to kill us and wipe the world out. It hasn't got a clue.
Well, I think it will simplify human lives so much that we will not know how to do basic life. So if we lose AI, we'll be useless
Of course, it's a
because we won't know
tool.
how to do
Yeah,
basic things anymore.
it's a tool, but it's not the Terminator.
I go in that same direction. It's a tool like anything. Like you could look at bioengineered foods. It's saved millions of lives worldwide. It can be used for harm though, just like any technology. And
Of
the
course.
same applies to AI. Like the problem is, and I think it's a serious problem, a lot of the people that are in control of developing AI are doing so for or nefarious might be a bad word. They're doing it for personal gain. And if they're doing it for personal gain, it means it's not going to lead us in a very positive direction, in my opinion, at least the way things are set up now. That's the problem. I wouldn't go so far as to make the grandiose claim that they're going to wipe us out like Terminator.
Conspiracy theories. Yeah, okay. So, how do you feel about the internet as it is? I mean, that's initially done for the military.
So I don't know a lot about it, but I do know that I was pretty up in arms with the whole what's it called, that internet thing, net neutrality, I believe.
Yeah.
I was big on that because the importance of the internet is that it's an uncontrolled platform where people can get information almost unfettered, and they're fucking with that. To me, that's a big deal. But I don't know all the details. I didn't know that it was originally developed for the military. I don't know any of that.
Well,
Yeah.
it comes out of DARPA. So the Department of Special Weapons and stuff, as part of the United States, they also gave us the GPS and cell phones and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They gave the public the internet to
You're
use.
kind of broke up there for a minute. That's the first time I've ever heard you break up.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting soda, so I might be out in the kitchen. That might be why.
It's all
I'm
good.
getting emotional, are you, Edwin?
When Gads gets emotional, it starts like breaking up.
Yeah, the AI is listening to me.
Walter says it's not actually AI; they're just language models. I
Okay.
can't chime in on that. I don't know about it.
Well, I think maybe
language models.
I think maybe what he's talking about is maybe like Chat GPT, which
Mhm.
is, I think, and it's scary because it can be definitely like very accurate, and it can just boom, just place out like this
But
model
how they
of,
work
and
is
it's
they
accurate.
scrape
And,
all
you know,
the information off the internet. So they just basically scrape everything, posts, anything that's been written or posted on the internet. They scrape it, learn how humans write, react, talk to each other, things that were said, puts like has categories for like factual things and so on, and then just tries to mimic us.
So it takes, like, for a writer, for example, you would have a theme, or not a theme. You would have a, what's the word? The like warm tone. Like they'll take the tone and steal that while just applying all the facts or something. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
I mean, it's just mimicking us for the most part until
Hmm.
it becomes an artificial super intelligence. Once it surpasses all of human intelligence, basically, which it will come here within probably about 5 years, the collective intelligence of all the AI would just basically become our overlord. It will be just all knowing. It will be able to do anything. It will be able to understand things that we've never been able to understand within 1,000 years. Like it's just going to become a huge problem solver.
So this is a theory, of course, isn't it?
well,
I mean,
what
it's just
about people that are going to
It
college,
can only be a hypothesis.
like uni?
Right.
Like, are they going to be able to get their papers written for them? I don't know.
university is going to
Or
become
you know what?
useless. Like
I don't think
work
that
will
they
not
can
be a
though, because
thing in the
everybody would be
future.
able. So they would, but they would be able. No, not that they would be able to. They would essentially write the exact same
You
paper.
you you would get education just to do it for the fun of it. You wouldn't be doing it for any other reason because in the future we're basically going to have an AI communism. AI is going to run everything. It's going to run the factories. It's going to be the government. It's going to be everything. You're just going to live life,
That's what
and
I
whatever
lean
you need,
toward. Go
Yes.
ahead.
So to
anything
me,
you need will be
every,
provided. So like
everybody
it'll
will.
probably
Right. Everybody
it,
will still have to write their papers, but it's going
there
to
won't be a
be
university.
it's going to be an AI. So you don't have to have professors anymore. It's going to be AI generated. Like for
You
the
don't need
people
them
that are
now.
in front of the classroom, there were so there's no longer going to have to be somebody that is it won't
You won't need
it
universities,
won't be
Well,
period.
necessary.
That's what
I
I'm saying.
personally believe, my theory is that we're going to end up at a point, probably sometime soon, that so many jobs are pulled away from the public, us, society,
Yeah.
that we're going to have a universal basic income, and that's going to suck for people that hate socialism. But there's no
Well,
other way. Like, unless you want people dying en masse, like, how else?
well, as our system overcomes a lot of these hurdles, which is mostly communication barriers, so like our whole trade network, now we can actually order something and get it delivered to anywhere in the world overnight, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So logistics was a huge barrier. Once we can overcome that barrier, I mean, we can get anything anywhere. And now we have AI that can start understanding things. So just think once you can AI print, use AI to understand like 3D printing in a way that we've never done yet. Like we could materialize anything, kind of like a Star Trek when they just materialize things, where it can just
Right.
take basic materials and use those to make anything.
It makes sense. I don't know how close we are to that, but I want to go back to something real quick. Speaking of like first principles, um, so there's a little bit of argument on whether or not something is AI that we're talking about. So I think it would be helpful if we tried to define it. Like, and this would help me, by the way, because I'm not entirely sure. What would you call AI, and how is it different than what we have now? At what point does AI become AI? I
mean,
don't know.
to me, it already is an artificial intelligence. Its intelligence is gained from human intelligence. We made it, and we also provided it the knowledge. So therefore, it is a form of artificial intelligence. It's just not a super
So,
intelligence.
right. So, okay, this is getting into the semantics, but like the way I see it, and I could be wrong.
Different for it.
Different what?
Different like explanations for it, for like different.
That's
different
part of the problem. It's sort of ambiguous when you use the term intelligence. So for me,
I suppose simply it's a simulation of us.
right. So the way I'm looking at it, in order for it to be intelligent, it would have to do something on its own. It cannot regurgitate what it's programmed to regurgitate, just knowledge, because that's the difference between knowledge and intelligence, right?
Well, it's not really
AI to produce a
programmed.
PhD.
It's stored information that it can recall at any time as requested by any user or itself as needed.
Is it able
Just
to
like a
in
human.
any way like do some sort of algorithms, or like can it take just knowledge, and can it like
figured out the COVID vaccine within days of the virus going like global?
maybe that is intelligence. I don't know.
Like
It's complicated.
There's been more than a few breakthroughs that AI has been used for that's just human minds have never been able to understand it, and then AI has been able to compute it.
So even then, I don't know if that's necessarily intelligence. Like, so there's too much I don't know. I'm admitting.
You wouldn't call a calculator intelligence, would you? I mean,
No.
it's just, but it
Right.
it's in more intelligence than most humans at this point now,
Oh,
because
yeah,
we come to
also-
rely on it so much
Right.
that
So
our math skills.
You're right, but I think it all goes back to the semantics again. Like, to me, that is not how I personally define intelligence. That's it's calculations, yes, but to me, I think what Walter is saying is more what I'm thinking, and that's sentience in some way. Like, to me,
Now,
it
AI
needs,
isn't supposed to be sentient, and it never will be a sentient.
but that's where we're going back to. So if this is why we're having this conversation. So if we say intelligence and we don't mean sentience, then we need to be clear about that. And that's what you're doing now. That's helpful. So
that's true.
Yeah. So that's the way I take it. When AI, artificial intelligence, is used, it's kind of making me think that it's at least somewhat sentient, like it can do something on its own.
We'll just be tasking it to do something and not seeing the consequences of that, and it just goes on doing its task, which ends up annihilating humans.
Right. Well, that can happen regardless, whether it's sentient or not.
We're going to doing it ourselves. I mean, regardless with natural climate change. Do you see those twisters that disrupt the United States? Like, I mean, it's devastating, dude.
I watched
the one that is in I think it was in Kentucky or something.
There's multiple states just got wrecked last night by tornadoes. Like, and Trump has all the FEMA frozen.
I think that there were like multiple different states that had the twisters and stuff.
Yeah, it's like Wisconsin or India. I mean, it's up through Kentucky and shit like that. Like, I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to start saying states and then be wrong, but I know Kentucky for sure.
Yeah, because I think Missouri had around like 21 people that got killed, and then
there was a lot of deaths.
There was like some in Kentucky or something. There was about 20, or maybe it was around 12 that were killed. But yeah, there was a bunch. It's about that time. No, let's see. So it's May, because usually it's between like March to June, whenever it is. Yeah, whenever it's tornado season. So yeah, it's about right. But yeah, that's sad.
I don't know much about this one. Not that it's not important, but I have to limit myself to specific topics. Otherwise, I
Missouri,
become,
Kentucky, and Illinois and Indiana. 25 dead in 2 states.
and that's early. It always takes longer to get accurate death tolls.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Always.
Here's 27 dead.
27 dead where?
That was 47 minutes ago. From the 4 states:
Oh
Missouri,
shit.
Kentucky, Illinois, and Indiana.
That was how long? Okay, so this just happened?
It was last night. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Wow.
yeah. There's some like crazy storms. There was a bunch of storms for both PA, like Friday evening.
In Pennsylvania?
Oh yeah, twisters, and then there's I think it was upstate New York got hit. I mean,
In New
climate
York?
change is
They
coming.
never go to New York. That's insane.
Well, it's because the weather's shifting. So the pools heat
And
faster
that's
than
what I
everywhere
fucking say.
else.
People don't think that global warming is an actual thing, but it fucking is.
That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about
It fucking
like what's it called, anti-intellectualism. People, they don't just like they fight accepted science. They think science is like a conspiracy theory, like they're being paid off by like big
Well,
interests or something.
the thing is, the oil industry spends over $1 billion a
I
year
know.
on anti-climate change propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. It's the opposite. So how can they think that? They don't look at the people where the money's actually
Well,
coming from.
this is where psychopaths in charge only think about more profits. So the oil industry, they found all those reserves in like Siberia, Alaska, up in the northern areas that were you couldn't get to because of being too cold. Well,
yes.
if they let it warm up, well, all these areas become accessible, which now they're becoming accessible, but they didn't think of the ramifications of everywhere else in the planet.
I think that's part of it, but it's also true that in the meantime, but like even if that wasn't their only goal, they're making money in the meantime because it's all about oil, which is a huge contributor to our issues. And
And all the presidents that rather instead of direct us for electric cars and all this stuff that they should have, they kept us on the oil,
yep,
gas guzzling.
and
you
not
know
only
what?
go ahead, Melody.
The vast majority of the oil is used for is plastics. A lot of people do not realize that. People just think it's gasoline. It's
Well,
not. It's plastics.
That's
crude
true.
gets broken down into many different things. So just the basic crude gets
But
broken
that's a
down
huge
into
portion
heavy
of
oil, light oil, medium oil, and then each of those
and
can
most
get
of it
broken
cannot
down
be
into
recycled
multiple things.
Don't diss plastic, it's our legacy.
because there's only like the ones and the twos. Those are the only ones that can be recycled, and
Well,
most
they
can.
use some for rubber, they use some for plastics, some goes into pharmaceuticals, some goes to being gasoline, kerosene, diesel fuel.
Yeah, but what I was just going for is there's only pretty much like the one and two of the okay, like if you look at the back of your let's say like your milk carton, for instance, that's going to be, I think it's going to be a one or a two. I think it's a two. So you can recycle that, but you can't recycle like 5 through 7s. I don't know, but I don't even know what in the hell a 3 is. But okay, so it's like 3 through 7. You can't recycle them, so you just throw them in the dumpster. But all of that, it's oil generated, and people don't realize that. And so all of these companies down in Texas, they just get away with it. It's like, oh, well, I mean, and I get it because they are like a huge contributor to our economy in the United States, but there's just so much bad. So there's you just kind of have to like weigh and there's a
All the
huge
recycling is
scale.
bullshit. I hope you know none of it's actually done. Like we don't actually
It's
recycle. It's been a scam this whole
There's a
time.
tiny percentage that's legit, but like I think
There-
90 something percent of all of it is bullshit to make people feel good. You're
Yep.
right.
so the company that I work for is they're both the
Don't
largest
say anything.
recycler and largest trash company in North America. I work for Waste Management.
Waste management.
Yeah. And so, oh, don't fucking laugh. Oh, I know you're like fucking laughing. because-
Hold on, I can only speak for myself. I wasn't laughing because of trash. I was laughing because Gadwin called it. He said, "Don't say anything," because he was gonna fill in the blank for you. Like, it's not funny. I don't ever laugh because of someone's position. Like, hell, you have a really high position. Like,
No, I mean, I love the company that I work for,
right.
and I
Oh,
believe
it's
in
a
what we do.
it's an
I mean, and,
essential
and you are
company. Like
correct.
Hmm.
without
I mean,
waste management, it's crazy what the world would be like.
Oh,
you are
yeah,
100% correct
that's
about
true.
a lot of the recycling. It goes in the fucking trash, and
Yep.
you are 100% correct.
They
However, a
they
lot of the
scrape
people
out the
that
aluminum,
put it,
copper, and steel with magnets and stuff like that. They sort out the valuable metals, but the rest of it gets into a landfill.
well, but here's the thing:
Because
is
it's not
that
profitable.
most of the metals, they aren't worth a goddamn thing. That okay, like copper is worth quite a bit. I mean, that's the one that's worth quite a bit. So there's iron. That one is worth somewhat. The rest of them, they're chump change.
That's what we're aluminum is the most recycled, followed by like copper and steel. Um, there's other things
Steel
that we recycle,
is,
like gold. Most gold
mm,
that's in circulation's been around since who knows when.
but steel is. I mean, steel is definitely recyclable, but I
Oh,
don't think that.
not far from where I used to live, we had Standard Steel, which makes all the train wheels in America and the springs for trains. Um, they take a lot of the scrap. I used to sit there and watch them because we did their fence repairs all the time. And they had a big giant magnet, pick it up, and they put them in the crucibles, and then they take all the scrap inside, melt it down, and then make the wheels and shit out of that.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a whole different agency. So yeah, so they have like a bunch of different brokers that, well, okay, like for instance, my company does not do that. It's like trash, and then like all of the recyclables, like stuff that you put on your curb. That's all we
Hmm.
do. It's nothing else. I'm just talking about like metals and stuff like that, where that's completely separate. Where you
Oh
know.
yeah, yeah. Like we've always had, like where I lived growing up, we always had a couple different places where you save your aluminum cans, you
Oh yeah,
keep a
yeah.
scrap steel pile for your scrap steel or whatever you had there, and then your appliances and crap like that. And then whenever the prices went up, it was time to cash in, load up your steel, load up whatever. When I took steel in, I got $11 per 100 pounds. Aluminum cans was around 50 cents, 55 cents per pound. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
copper, you get paid by
Aluminum.
pound.
Yeah, the price for aluminum, it fluctuates quite a bit.
It's high right now, so if you want to cash in aluminum,
Yeah,
get money. It's like 60 cents a
definitely
pound.
it fluctuates.
That's aluminium, guys.
Yeah,
Get
we
it
got to go
right.
to the Brits.
Thanks, Tom.
Aluminium.
Who's who's Austin? This is Austin. His name is Brandon, but he's Austin.
He's Austin a lot of the time here. I think he uses both of those names.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
baby, yeah.
Hi, Austin. Brandon. Um,
I think
so
Wales is about the third
okay,
highest
another thing I want to do
recycled
is
country in the
introduce.
world.
Really
Well, Wales
Apparently,
does a lot of steel production, don't they?
apparently so, yeah.
interesting.
Coal mines.
See, that's another thing. We tend to look at things through what is going on now. Like, we look at the state of recycling and everything, and like cars, how they tend to be mostly traditional motors and everything. And we go, well, that's how it is. That's the best we got. No, the countries that are pioneering and moving in the direction of clean energy are actually, they're self-sustaining. China is a good example. Now, you may not like China, that's a whole separate topic, but they are pioneering the fields of like green technology, and they're capitalizing on it, and they're going to make money decades into the future while we're left behind. It's really
Because
dumb.
they're communist. That is
Yeah,
the whole reason they can actually do that, because the government holds a 51% stake in all companies. So the
right,
government owns the means of production. So they have their fingers in everything. So therefore, they can pull the strings whenever it needs done right away. There's
right,
none of this for the shareholder bullshit. It's just, hey, do this,
right.
or we
So
cut
I
all your
guess
money.
what we would say is, because of that sort of authoritarianism, I guess you'd call it, or that power, that control, it can be good or bad depending on what they're doing, and it's
Exactly.
good
It's
in
a
some ways.
double-edged sword. I
Right,
mean, it can cut you very easily.
right. But so we don't need that, and I'm not I'm not necessarily saying we need to have a system like China. What I am saying is well, my big thing that I always go back to is we need to get fucking money out of politics. That
Well-
is the
How do you?
to
how do
me
you do
the
that?
biggest thing.
How the fuck do you do that?
I don't know. It may not even
Well,
be possible
that
at this
doesn't even
point.
make
We
sense.
might have to destroy.
Do anything with our fucking tariffs because that's a bunch of bullshit.
Well,
Well-
think about it like this. It's not impossible. It's just they don't want to do it. All they would have to do is make it to where all political shit is funded by the taxpayer. Sure, it would cost a little bit more, but it would get rid of all this fucking bribery, which is the problem. Like if Trump wanted to run for office, he could not take money from fucking Elon Musk, nor could anyone. It's like it's an apolitical thing. It's not about fucking Democrat. Go ahead.
Is that the point though that it's so far eroded that
I
we
agree.
can't go backward? It's if you ever look at Rome, Rome had very strict policies at the start. Like you had to be a war veteran, you had to own land, and I mean all kinds of things to be even in politics.
Mhm.
And I mean, toward the end, it was anybody could be in. I mean, whatever money you could bribe anybody, and it fell apart because of those from the internal.
Right. Rash atheist authoritarianism.
My
I don't understand politics, and I don't care to. So you guys can. You're talking to a fucking wall if you're talking to me about politics. I
I
don't give
see
a shit.
America
Well,
falling
we
apart here.
So,
It's not going to withstand this Trumpism.
Yeah, like whatever.
it's fair, but we all have our topics that like
No,
for
no,
instance,
that's
there's
cool.
there's nothing wrong with it, and I'm making that clear now. But when like Rash and Gad are on here and they're talking about sci-fi or space, I'm like, like I don't know anything about it, and it's not one of my interests. So we all have these topics that like shit comes up, and we're like, I don't know anything about that. It's just part of it.
No, absolutely. And I'm not saying don't talk about it. I'm just saying that I don't know anything about it. So
Right.
I can talk about anything. It's
like
just
leave
that
me out
was
of the
part of
equation.
the
That's all I'm saying.
Right,
what he
right.
was bringing up about how China was leading, and I was giving that's a prime example. Why? Because they can actually pull the levers of power to do
Yes.
things right away versus here
Exactly.
we
I
have
agree.
to go through all of the chains of like all Congress, well the Senate to issue the bill, the Congress to approve the bill, then to the president to sign off or veto it, and then that
Yes.
it goes in that circle for who knows how long before anything gets
That
done.
that bureaucracy I would defend if it did its job. The whole purpose is to have checks and balances on power, but it don't do its job. That's why I'm at a point where I still maintain that we need to get rid of money in politics, and that's the biggest issue for democracy. But I am so disillusioned. That's what makes me a leftist. I don't think we can do it now with our current system. We have to destroy this shit and fucking start anew. That's
Well,
what I believe.
Citizens United is where that died. Is when
Exactly.
Republicans made it when you could spend unlimited amounts of money on candidates, and they just it's called super PACs. So you can look up the super PACs a lot of times, and you can see the list of billionaires that donate to Republicans.
Oh,
I agree
I've
with you 100%.
100. Yep. I
definitely
followed
agree
it.
with you. That's completely bullshit.
Citizens United, you're 100% right, is where it all stems from, and it's when it became a major problem, and it was when the Supreme Court ruled that money equals speech, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. But go ahead.
And then they did that other one where corporations are considered
Oh,
people.
yeah, that's funny.
basically.
What?
That's funny.
What is?
Money equals speech.
Yeah, it's obviously not true. They're doing it because they're corrupt and they want to. They're probably paid off. I can't prove it, but why else would they rule that?
We're seeing so much corruption and zero is being done with it. We had a Supreme Court justice taking bribes from multi-million or billionaires. We have Trump now taking a $400 million jet. Like it's just, and it's nothing being done about it.
Did you see Trump trying to defend it? Oh my God! Like he's so stupid. And what do people believe that he's like? Yeah, you offer a free jet. What do you think? I'd be stupid to say no.
The people I work with, they're all for him. It's like they're so diehard. They're walking around with their dumb Trump hats on and shit like that. Yeah, they're like, I would have took it. I like it. It's a nice jet. And it's like,
yes,
just don't get the point.
No, they know. Like they know what the people that are freaking out about it. They know they're just trying to divert and act stupid. Like the point is, you've heard the fucking saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. That's talking about something that's like what, $250 or something, maybe $5 now. This is a $400 million fucking jet. You think the UAE is doing that for fucking, hey, we like you? Are you stupid? No, they want something.
Well,
And
I think it'd be stupid not to take it anyway.
I agree with you.
He
The
said
problem, one of the biggest issues is this is against the Constitution. The president is not allowed legally to accept that, and it's not even ambiguous. Like, it would be one thing if they were giving it to America and afterward, like, it would become Air Force One for any president. No, this is Trump's. After like, I think a couple of months before he leaves office, it will be put in the Trump library or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, so I heard that.
Yeah, so it's like, you can't make an excuse that it's not directly for Trump. Which,
how much is it going to convert to be usable?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. It's a political stunt.
Security, etc. Blah blah blah.
So that's one piece that what I covered is they were making the case that this is going to cost insane amounts of taxpayer money just to debug and make sure that it's secure.
Yeah.
There's that aspect.
So basically, he's doing a dine and dash, like a dine and dash.
What do you mean?
He's taking like everything that he wants, and then he's gone.
No, his whole strategy is called flood the zone with bullshit. So basically, every day it's going to be a new extreme story, so that way people forget about everything he's doing, and he is completely dissolving all the levers of power that keep him in check. He's dictating tariffs, which should be Congress's job. He's dictating all these different things that should be different branches of government, and he's making it so therefore he is basically supreme dictator.
And a lot of these things, in my opinion, is like a stress test on democracy. A lot of the things he did was an initial push to see how far he can go before he actually follows through with it. Like whenever he started using Doge to break apart all the fucking various elements of government influence and shit. That's what that was about. But I'm not saying that's it, because also they're diverting money.
They're digging for something.
Well, yes, but they're also stress testing the system as a whole. Rash sent me to a really interesting guy that I kind of followed a little bit. I can't remember his name, but he's like a Muslim dude that's like an intellectual. He has a kind of controversial history, but he believes that what Trump is doing is on purpose, that he's purposefully dismantling the United States and their power structure because it's already there and it has been happening for so long that they cannot compete any longer. Like, you can't compete, and this makes sense, this part at least, you can't compete with China because the only way to do so would be to do what they're doing. Like, what are we going to do? Like, have child labor? Are we going to like force people to like work for like cents a day? That's the only way you can compete with them, right?
Well, most of these MAGA people don't understand as the society grows out of its manufacturing age into a more service industry age. So as they grow out of manufacturing and outsource it to other countries through cheaper labor, we get into the service industry, and that's what most of the jobs will be in a society, not manufacturing. They literally want to take us backward.
Well, that is why he's saying all of this don't make sense, because you people you're taking him at face value. And I'll admit I've been doing that to an extent. So he says, if you want it to make sense, look at it through the view of, don't listen to what he's saying he's doing it for, because he's going to tell you he's trying to bring back manufacturing to the United States. No, he knows that it's going to destroy manufacturing. Mm-hmm. It's like a controlled demolition in his view. And I don't necessarily agree or disagree. It's just an interesting thing that I hadn't thought of.
To me, it's like a child, and he's just like a bull in a china shop. I mean, he has no idea really what he's doing. To some extent.
So I lean back and forth. So I think to some extent, this Shahid Bolson, Rash put his name up, I think he exaggerates the intelligence of Trump. I think that Shahid is really intelligent, but he's making the mistake of thinking Trump is as well. And he's just not.
It's the people around Trump, the ones that are setting up a lot of these plans. Trump's not doing any of this shit himself. He's a dumbass. He's just sitting there like
his position again.
So
the CEO must be clever. The rich guy must be clever.
Yeah.
No?
Well, if you mean Shahid's position,
Yeah.
that's too
No, I meant
tricky
his
because
opinion. I meant
so
on
he
Trump.
has a lot of opinion, but his opinion on
Mm.
Trump is so actually I'm kind of misinterpreting him. So he says that Trump himself is just a pawn. He is part of, he calls this group something, I can't remember, but it's essentially no, because if he said that, then it would be conspiracy status, and I'd be like, dude, I don't know. But he words it like what has happened is everything became about profit, which makes sense. And so what happened is it became about profit to such an extent that they became power players that only care about profit, and they do not hold any sort of nationality as like, this is my nation. They don't care about that. They're not
And
patriots.
they know Trump don't care what he says. He's just an idiot. They'll go out there and say anything, so they can use him as a useful idiot to say anything.
Yes. So that's kind of what he's saying, but he also believes that they are telling him, look, they don't care. Like again, they don't care about patriotism or anything. They don't care about America. They care about profit, and that's on the global stage now. So what he thinks is that they told Trump, look, this is what you're going to do. You're the instrument of our will, basically, because he's a billionaire just like them, and all he cares about is profit. And you're like, America's failing. There's no way out. It's going to happen. It doesn't matter if you love America or not. Like, we've seen signs for decades now. We can no longer compete. So it's time for a controlled demolition. And according to him, everything that we're seeing is Trump enacting that. He's doing exactly what they want. He's destroying America, at least globally, on purpose. And he makes the case that's good for the rest of the world. And I'm biased, but I'm inclined to agree, because I think America's dominance is fucking over basically most of the world.
Well, if you look at all the new contracts and deals being made between like Europe, the European Union, and like China and South America, China's going to invest billions of dollars in Africa, South America, which is going to build them up fast, like through the industrial eras, get them into the manufacturing age. Pakistan was kind of going that way with a lot of manufacturing there now. I was seeing a lot of it on YouTube, taking like old ship chains and shit like that and retooling it into useful things. But now that war over there is kicking off, so I don't know how it's going to go. But you see a lot of new deal making.
Yes, and what you're talking about is it goes both ways. So it's true that China's investing in other countries, but that also goes backward. That fuels the already extreme dominance, or economic dominance at least, of China. The more we're pushing this shit, and again, I don't know if it's true or not, but the guy says that it's on purpose. And if that's true, it's only going to cause like China to dominate even more. It's going to make Russia more powerful unless there's some sort of checks to them. And it doesn't look like we're going to be that check. Like, at least Trump and his rhetoric, he wants to isolate. He wants to only care about the United States. And
I see a lot of states succeeding here. I see America fracturing into more looking like Europe with a bunch of different countries. And you'll see like the North America, like Pennsylvania up to like Maine, all becoming like their own country. And then you have your South Bible Belt probably become a country, Texas.
So you think it'll be almost like another civil war?
I don't think so, but you'll see just like once it because states right now aren't getting any funding. So all the federal funding's been cut off to states. So all these disasters we're getting, they're getting no FEMA aid whatsoever. The rebuild, nothing. Like, I'm seeing an impact on my work because we're not getting orders for things now that would be ordered for like LA that just got burned down.
Right.
We would be getting product orders for rebuilding, and we're not.
Yeah.
Because there's no rebuilding. So now you have all these states going broke. You have Nebraska that's going to be literally bankrupt come next month, I think.
Yep. And this is cascading too, because it's not just the one issue you're mentioning. Like, just one other thing, just for example, their cuts to Medicaid. Their cuts, Medicaid is not just what people think. Oh, that only affects.
They just blocked that bill, actually.
Good, but my point is he still wants it to happen, and the point is it's not just about Medicaid itself.
Oh,
Medicaid drives states, especially poor red states,
Well,
because
nursing homes.
yes, and it's a big portion of
Yeah.
state income in general. That's how they get their money.
Yep.
I don't know all the details, but I do know that places like New York will be less affected because their rate is like 1-to-1. They pay the same amount that the federal government, or at least that's how it used to work, would pay toward Medicaid and shit. But the red states like Nebraska, whatever, those areas, that might be a bad example, but you get my point. Those areas pay like a far lesser rate. It'll be like the government is paying to like 3-to-1 or something. Those are fucked if this goes through.
Well, yeah, like New York and California pay for most red states. Like most states are propped up by Democrat-run states.
Yes, that's an obvious fact. I know people that are on the right don't like to hear it, but it's just the truth.
yeah, because
Most red states are on welfare.
And that's yes, and that's why I point out that it's ironic that like Trump, like we have a disaster or whatever, and Trump, like in California, and Trump goes like, yeah, fuck them, they're Democrats. What would happen if we did that on the reverse? Because if Democrats and Democratic or blue states, if you will, didn't assist when red states were hit, they would be fucked 10 times worse than Democrats. Like they don't have the funding. We
do you
actually
really think that Trump didn't assist California just like with the fires just because they are a blue state?
well
Mhm.
he let's put it this way. He went on record as saying we're not going to help you unless, and he made demands. He wanted to try to get political leverage over them. So let's put it like this. Let's say that all he did was try to leverage them to do shit he wants in his political favor. We don't do that either. Democrats don't do that shit and go, hey, we'll help you like Minnesota or whatever if in rural areas. No, sorry. Yeah, rural areas. So my brain's all fucked up. But like we'll help you if you decide to like lean left on these issues. We don't do that. That is fucked up. And like it should be pointed out how fucked up it is and how ironic it is that it would fuck you far more than us if we pulled that same game.
Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So in other words, quit. Fucking stop your shit.
I think these people need to feel the pain. We need to put their feet to the fire. We need to see all these MAGA people get their funding cut, their welfare cut off, where they have nothing to the point where they're going to start starving.
I don't know. The thing is I don't know if it would help. I don't know if they would ever learn. Like they're so fucked.
If not, they'll rip each other apart.
What was that, Mal?
Perhaps they should pray harder.
That's what they'll try, and then they'll start eating each other.
But okay, so I did see something today, which I thought that so I thought that this was very interesting. So you guys know that I'm Walmart speak. I don't work for Walmart, but indirectly I do. So Trump tells Walmart to eat the tariffs after retailer warned it will raise prices. And it says Walmart's CFO, John Rainey, said in an interview on Thursday that we have not seen price increases at this magnitude and the speed at which they're coming at us before. So it makes for a challenging environment. Rainey said he is pleased with the progress that it's been made by the Trump administration on tariffs from the levels that were announced in early April, but they're still too high. He said the company will try to work with suppliers to keep prices as low as we can. Walmart did not immediately comment on Trump's post, but oh my God, but he pretty much like told Walmart to fuck off.
Well, I've seen right now consumer buying is way down. So like whenever things like this start happening, people just stop buying shit. And we're seeing that across all markets. Like people are just refusing to buy anything. They're not traveling. They're not.
Well, it makes sense because most people aren't like Trump. Most people live like week to week. And when things are scary and we don't know what the hell's about to happen, you save your fucking money because you don't know how hard shit's about to get.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people, they're paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
most Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency. Like that would do them in. How sad is that?
I
And
mean,
that's
and
an
that's
ambulance
that's
ride.
what Walmart, their CFO is saying, we cannot do anything for our customers
What,
because
like
of
my
the
leg,
increase
dude.
in prices. And they are the largest retailer in the United States.
Right.
So
Well,
come on.
So
I
what
told you
Shahid
what was going on.
Bolson said on this one, I think, is interesting too, and I think he's right about this. He predicted that what's going to happen is he pulls the tariff thing as he has, and what's going to happen is all of the big players like Walmart, Amazon are going to get
Amazon,
tax incentives. It's going to be basically government or taxpayer funded. They're going to get reimbursed for the tariffs, just the big companies, and they're also going to drive up prices. So what that does is us consumers are going to get double fucked. We're going to pay for the tariffs because that's what we're going to do anyway, because that's how it works.
Mhm.
And we're also going to
Nice.
end up getting fucked by our tax money, because it's going to go directly to funding these big corporations, and it's going to kill any sort of like middle class or small businesses in the process, and they're all going to get ate up by the big dogs, and that's going to funnel wealth to the billionaires, and we're all going to get fucked in the process.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he's
the
right
thing-
about that.
Yeah.
I don't
the-
see the people actually going through with it. You're going to get too much resistance.
Maybe.
It'll stop
I
people
hope.
trying, won't it?
Yeah.
Stop people trying to improve,
Mhm.
trying to maybe start a business, trying to employ other people. It'll
Yes.
stop all that. You're dead.
Oh,
Right.
you can't anymore. You can't even start a business. There's just too much
Yeah, I
competition.
don't know. I'm not a business
Yeah, like
person.
right now
Just a thought.
it's almost, I wouldn't say literally impossible, but it's so close to it that like it's almost not worth
You have to
trying.
be such a niche industry that nobody else is covering, and you got to be so good at it.
Yep, you got to stand out in some way. Like you got to be amazing. And when we're talking about the big picture, like we are now, these what do you call them? Outliers. These outlier like rare isn't going to help anything, because we're talking about everyone in society. They can't do that. They can't. Like we can't.
Well, the oligarchs buy up everybody. So if you look at like Microsoft or Disney, they're just buying up anybody and everybody. Coca-Cola bought Fox or 20th Century Studios in the 90s just so they could put Coke in every movie.
Yep. And right now, this is called buying the dip. It's a very common thing in like investments and the stock market.
Well, the first one, actually, I was looking looking into that, and people are so programmed. So the rich knew about this whole thing before it happened. They sold off. They started the sell off. Everybody else followed suit because of the programmed investors, all these stock bros and everything. They're so
Mhm.
programmed in to buy the dip. So as soon as it got down and dipped, they bought up right away again. And the rich knew again, so they just sold off more and just they sold every time it was up, and then just cascaded down.
It makes sense.
They just melt. Oh, it's kind of like Trump whenever he did his coin, and then Melania did her coin, and then they both. I mean, it's just they're grifts.
It's a
mostly.
con job. It really, like all meme coin shit is a con job. Like by
Yep,
definition.
everything but Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's the
Yeah.
only one that's publicly owned.
That's true. And that has some backing to it. But Rash, to answer your question, I think that they can be used either way, but I might be using it incorrectly. I think I use both niche and niche. I think I use both. I don't know if there's one correct or the other.
I think it's
Yeah.
niche, but I think both. I don't know.
I
I'm
think
not
it's
100%. I think it's interchangeable, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Unless, Melody, unless you're on the right, then you believe there was a space laser that got shot down and created a fire in California.
a space laser.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, okay, so like a couple of years ago, I mean, all of them they started in North California. I mean, it's a huge fucking state, but so it doesn't matter. And all of them started in Southern California this year. I mean, they start every single year. I swear to goodness. And so, but it's not. It's. I mean, they're spotty. It's not like it's from like one fire here. There's one fire here. There's one fire here. It's not like they are all together and they just come and Okay, so they are not 1 and 1. It's very spotty. 1 1 1 1. So
Right.
no, no. It's because of global warming. It has nothing to do with some person. Oh my gosh, they started this. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, no, there was like this last time the Santa Ana winds were blowing opposite of what they usually do, and they're blowing down around this valley, which then pushed the fire into LA, which there was actually like 5 different fires going on independently of each other. And most of them start from lightning strikes, but then you have people like they're firebugs. They see the one big fire, and then they go and light other fires, and
Yeah, they bleed into each other.
not really. If you actually look at them, they're very far apart. It's just
Oh,
they're
okay. Well, I haven't
it's
really
so
looked, so
dry
I could not I
because
could
the
be
seasons
completely
are
wrong.
so out of whack now that
I'm not
like
sure.
their wet seasons are now dry seasons and so on.
Yes, and then when you bring up climate change, they
It's
always go like, "Dude, that's fake. Why do you keep saying that?" Like the evidence is like beyond overwhelming at this
it's
point.
never happened except for about 5 years ago. That's whenever it started to begin. I mean, it started to begin about five
Oh,
years ago.
I've been watching it for a while. As a person that worked outside, when I was growing up, when
That's
in
what
the summertime, when I was working outside, 90 degrees for about 3 days was the max of a heat wave we
Mhm.
had here. And now a heat wave's like 100 and some degrees for like 3 weeks straight.
Mhm.
yeah, it's
It's
crazy.
it's clear. It's like we have the data every single year.
Well,
We
okay.
break records on
And
heat.
let me okay, and also
I had
let me
roses in December on my
let me
bushes
change
yet.
we have to change our vocabulary because global warming is not correct. It has to be climate change because like a lot of the colds, I mean, they are fucking cold as shit,
Well,
and
it's
they've
because
never
the
been as
poles heat faster. So as the warmth pulls around at the North Poles, it pushes off what's called the polar vortex. It's this big, like, spinning vortex of cold air. It gets pushed off. It goes down. It usually catches down into the Midwest. It catches the jet stream and then rides back up into the Northeast and then goes back up to the north. Sometimes it skips out across like England and such, and then back up around to the North Pole. That's why we get those, because the heat's actually pushing the Arctic air off the North Pole.
Yeah, so so
okay. I have no
what
idea.
people like see, they see just the surface. They go, "Oh, it's really cold, but it also gets really hot." And they're only focused on that. And then they're like, "Well, that don't make sense. That's not global warming." But as Gadwin just explained, if you dig into it, it all makes perfect sense and it all goes back to the same problem.
Remember the senator with a snowball?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually Wim
Enough said, really.
Imhoff,
Uh,
Oklahoma senator, biggest dumbass I've ever seen.
Who is?
yeah, it's not the fact that it's happening; it's the rate that it's happening is the problem.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
Because it's
they don't understand. Like, so if
it
they went
always
back in
changes.
back to like the little ice age, whenever the Krakatoa volcano went off and filled the air with so much ash and everything, that we had about a 500-year span of colder temperatures worldwide.
Oh, are
Like
you
if you
talking
lived in
about
the
like the land bridge?
no. This is during the medieval period. In the 1500s, there's a volcano, a couple of volcanoes went off. It literally blacked out the sky. There was a year, it was called the year without a summer. It actually snowed in summertime, and all you got was sunlight at 12 o'clock at noon. The rest of the day was dark. All the trees stopped growing foliage. Like the only thing that survived were potatoes. All the other
Oh,
crops died.
like whenever they thought that it was the apocalypse.
Kind of, but this is the 1500s.
1880 something Krakatoa, wasn't it?
Where was that
But
again?
it went off again. Yeah, that was another ice age. That one actually happened during the Revolutionary War here in
Yeah,
America, and that's what caused the cold snap, why the
yeah.
Delaware was frozen shut.
So I think what they're doing whenever they go to like climate change versus global warming and stuff is what they're trying to portray is that yes, this has always happened throughout history, but we as humans are not doing anything to contribute, and that is factually incorrect.
Well,
Hundreds of thousands
Oh,
of
definitely.
experts have directly linked human actions to the rise in temperature.
Well,
you know, it's more messed up than this.
that's exactly why I like to say climate change, and that's why people have,
Right.
they've chosen the
Media
directive towards that,
outlets
because because
lose viewership if they talk about it.
yeah, it's getting colder and colder,
Serious.
and people are like, oh, it's cold, so there's no such thing as global warming.
Yeah,
Or-
I actually saw someone go in Congress. He had a fucking snowball in his hand, and he got this smirk on his face and threw the snowball at the Democratic senator or whatever. It might have been the House of Representatives, but he caught it and he went, "Just thought you might want that. It was cold outside." Like he just won the whole fucking debate. What an idiot!
Gotcha.
Like
That's kind of what
what makes me more angry than anything is that look on his face, because he thought that his argument could not be countered because of that snowball.
Yeah.
It's a gotcha, isn't it?
That,
Oh,
I didn't see that, but I did not see that, but I could
Yeah, look up
understand that
Oklahoma senator takes
Yeah.
snowball into like Congress.
oh, is that what I'm thinking of?
Yep, it was Wim Hof. And
Oh.
Wim Hof.
Happened, yeah.
It had to have
It-
happened, I'm sure.
He's a real fucking dumbass. I mean,
Yes.
he's one of those creationists. I think they were 6,000 years old and shit like that.
Yeah.
A lot of
And
asshole scientists.
so it's funny, but it's
Paper
also like dangerous. We have people in positions of power that believe the Earth is like a couple of thousand years old or whatever. Like
Mhm.
this is scary. this is matters. This is important shit.
Look at Kentucky, one of the poorest states in the union, and they spent how many millions of dollars to build a fucking ark? The state paid for that art. The state, I'm not sure you paid for that art museum.
Oh, that one, yeah.
It was like
Oh, wait,
10,
wait, what did
40
you say?
million dollars, something like that.
Wait, what did you say?
In Kentucky, they built a fucking art exhibit, and the state paid for it.
Okay, the state.
And it's one of the poorest states in the whole fucking country.
Oh, in the
It
state.
takes the most. Yeah, Kentucky's the poorest place in the United States, and it gets the most welfare from. It runs a deficit big time.
Yeah, you might want to spend that money on helping people.
Well, given the climate change, the ark might come in useful.
In Kentucky.
I just,
Yeah,
middle ground, isn't it?
it's like
They're
buying
kinda
fried prime
landlocked.
rib with fucking food stamps.
It's disgusting. And the thing
That's
is with
awful.
Christians, the
But
Christians want people
Trump
to
said
suffer.
These people are in
Because
charge of the country.
They think if people suffer enough that they'll turn to God and come back to church, and that's not going to happen. So, but they want people to suffer.
Well, Trump says he wants to bring back religion, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he wants to force religion again now. He's talking about. I mean, it's straight Hitler shit going on.
It is. But that's the thing. Like the right love to do this thing and like pander about freedom of speech when they're making these cases that it's been taken away from them when it's not, like Joe Biden. They're taking, and he didn't do anything that's even remotely like what they're claiming. But now we actually are having freedom of speech taken away, and our freedom in other ways as well. And they don't say a fucking word. It's because
They're excited
fucking
about
hypocrites. Yeah, it's because that's their shit that they care about. They only care about freedom when it involves their freedoms that are going to get taken away.
Right wingers are just stupid. That's all I can understand about
We
them.
are as well.
all
It
of
filters down from your country to us.
I don't think that.
Trump does not believe in God. I am almost certain of that. He's using it as like a control mechanism.
He's one of those people that are so stupid. He thinks he believes it. My sister's one of these fake Christians. She believes in God. She'll act like she prays and all that shit, but she never goes to church. She never follows any of the anything of the religion.
Right. I know the type of people you're talking about, but I don't even think that's Trump. I think Trump actively does not believe in God, but he uses it because he knows the power of using that, especially like he could not get elected without that. There's no way.
He's a proper media person, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right, Vader. Yep, you're right. That is true. But close enough.
Yeah, Mississippi is the poorest.
Yeah.
I thought it would be Alabama.
I got a Bible.
Yeah. No, it is. Yeah, it's kind of a race between Alabama and Mississippi. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Mississippi has the highest poverty rate. But
Damn.
Kentucky
But
is
still,
another. I
Kentucky,
mean,
Kentucky
it's
is
right
up
there
there.
with it.
Yeah, it is. My state is too.
So why aren't these right wingers all about that welfare, man? They should be helping their people out. Instead, they're trying to take it
Because
away.
the rich ones are well off, so they don't care about the poor people. Actually,
Well, that and what we always say, that there's these temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Like they believe that if they root for the big dude, that'll be them one day, and then it never happens, and then they just get shit.
Yep. They think they're all going to be rich, and none of them are ever going to see a dime.
Oh, where I live, like it's like the billionaires of the world. The Waltons.
Right now, I believe he's essentially selling America to the highest bidder. That's to make it nice and short. That's what he's doing.
Well, to me, he almost seems like he's a Russian stooge or something like that. Like he's just crippling America for Russia.
That's true as well. I think both can be true. Like he can be looking to pocket as much money for himself and his billionaire friends as possible, which seems to be where the evidence is pointing. And he's like, they actually work together because Putin is, we don't have facts, but many believe that he's actually the richest man in the world. It's not Elon Musk. It's actually Putin because we can't prove it. Right. And if that's true,
not disclosed.
Yeah.
Close enough.
In any case, he's fucking rich. And with that being the case, who would think that Trump would not take fucking bribes? He does not hold loyalty to the United States. Trump don't give a shit about the United States. Like I truly believe he's a fucking plant. He just does whatever Russia wants. Not to mention there's a lot of evidence that they have some kind of shit on him. And they've had him
when he was in office the first time, the whole impeachment. I mean, it was all Russian meetings, Russian people that went to prison. I mean, his son's even on record saying that the Russians are the only ones giving them money. I mean,
yeah,
it's all tied there. Just there's been so much bullshit, and people don't have a memory of details like I do.
Well, I have a bad memory anyway, but we also have the problem you brought up. It's like a blitzkrieg of fucking crazy shit. I can't keep the stuff in my head because every fucking day he's doing something crazier than the last. It's like,
sometimes I'm in chat and I get on a roll and I can just sit there for almost 30 minutes just listing all the dumb shit he's done and just.
It's a good thing that someone can. Like, at least we have it.
I hate it. Like, before Trump, I could not tell you any of the motherfuckers in positions of power. And after Trump, all of them were so corrupt and doing such blatant corruption that I memorized all these fucking people throughout the whole government.
Damn.
It's like, I shouldn't know these motherfuckers. I shouldn't care.
Well, no, I disagree. It's important. And it's good that someone can do that because I'm not capable. I can't follow that much.
It's when a person that's good at their job, like I tell the people here at the house, you don't notice when I do good things. It's just when I don't do things is when you notice them.
Mm-hmm. Well, that tends to be the case. Humans in general have a negativity bias. We're wired that way. I mean, it makes sense. If everything's perfect and peachy, you don't need to remember anything. You don't need to be on edge or whatever because you're just going to survive. We're programmed to look out for that fucking bush that's rustling because it might be a fucking tiger. Like, that's just how we are. Hello, Ron.
Oh, to answer Rasha's statement, no, I think that Trump and Putin, they've had like too much fellatio to, I don't think that they can get away from each other.
Fellatio.
Yeah, that term is so funny.
No, it's not only the term is funny, but it was the way that you said it so matter of factly, and then you just
I'm not even kidding you. They bump and grind, bump. Yeah.
Naughty seek for melody.
No, I'm not kidding you. They're like, we got like some R. Kelly Ignition song like going on.
What I think is, yes, it is sort of like they're that tight, but it's because of the obvious. Because ever since the 80s, and there's evidence to back this, not necessarily proof, but evidence, that he's worked for Russia. He's had dealings with Russia. So Putin pays him money.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the only thing he cares
that's-
about is money. So they're good friends. He don't care what Putin does.
He
was like,
sold
yeah,
America out, and
exactly.
the people are cheering to it. Like George Carlin once said, "America will die to what? Guy carrying a cross wrapped in the American flag."
I don't think
Okay.
that I think that yeah, they've got too many feelings, too much feelings.
Well, but
You
it's
can't back out.
funny, and this is why I always say
They
they
love each
project.
other. They
They
love.
project constantly because you'll notice that the people that
No,
are
I'm not even
always
kidding.
talking, I know what you're doing, and this is separate, but you'll notice the people that always talk about snowflakes, they're in their feelings or whatever, is on the right. Yet they are always the ones that do that more so. Like, it makes no sense.
Well, he's got like a gay complex for sure.
Well, he's probably gay.
Well, he thinks it in his head at least. That's for
Well,
I know that. I
that
know.
tends to be the case, especially the ones that are hyper focused on it. Like they absolutely cannot stand homosexuality.
Yeah,
They're
I mean,
far
I know
more likely to be gay.
it's pretty obvious.
Or fundamentalists.
Yeah, that is true. So fundamentalists, well, it can be both too. Sometimes
Yeah.
you'll see a connection between fundamentalist people. They're hardcore, like Bible thumping, evil homosexuals, and they're gay, but they hate themselves for it. It's interesting, really.
I mean, I don't know that he's gay, but I don't. He's got feelings for I don't know.
There's
I
always
don't
the ones
know
like
how
all the
far
ones
it goes, but
when
there
you're in
is
grade school.
something
There's
there.
always those ones that had those weird tendencies. They talk funny,
Mm-hmm.
and when you got older, they came out as gay, and you're like, I knew it. There's no way I didn't know it. Like
Yeah,
it's just easy to tell the ones that are.
that's what I think.
We're talking about Mike Johnson right now. He is the gayest,
Who?
gay-hating person ever. Mike Johnson. I think he's
Who's that? I don't even
Speaker
know
of
who
the
that is.
House.
the Speaker of the House. That dude is, oh my God.
I
Hmm.
chewed
He's
him
gay.
out on his YouTube page so many times. Him
Speaker
and
of the
Marjorie
House?
Taylor Greene. I got in trouble by YouTube from chewing out Marjorie Taylor Greene. They muted me
Did you
for a
get
week or something.
blacklisted?
No, I got muted for a week. I wasn't allowed to comment on anything.
Why is she special? People talk shit to me all the time, and I don't try to damn censor them.
Oh, I was because they're public figures, so technically they're not allowed to block what you put on there. But I got like some fucking
What happens?
like butter a bitch or something like that. Stupid idiot.
Hmm.
She gets butthurt real easy and then reports me.
Sounds about right.
Mike Johnson, he's a weirdo though. He masturbates with his son. Him and his son each have an app that they can watch each other.
That-
Who masturbates to what? And everything.
That's what I was gonna say. They have a porn tracking app that they share, and that is the weirdest shit.
Porn? What are you talking about? Porn tracking?
They have a porn tracking app, so they keep each other like in line because they share an app that they're each other's buddy to make sure that the other is not watching porn.
Too much.
Or yeah,
Oh, okay, gotcha. So that they make sure that it's not like transferred from one to the other.
yeah, it's
They're
still
just-
weird though.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Sounds
the
like they
shame
need
you for
help.
whacking it. Well, that's like Ted Cruz. He accidentally one time posted stepmom porn on his Twitter, and he's the one that's tried putting multiple bills to ban masturbation in Texas.
Right now, they're trying to do a federal ban on pornography. I don't think it'll go through, but they're trying to push it.
Yep, they're trying to ban pornography, and
never
then
gonna
after
happen.
that, it's violent video games. They want to try to ban all violent video games.
See,
That's never gonna
they never look at evidence. All the evidence suggests, even by experts, that there's no link between fucking violence and violent video games. It's
Oh, okay.
obvious.
Do
Oh, they
do
don't
you
care.
remember? Hey, do you guys remember that suit between? It was like Metallica. It was I don't know. I think it was like in the 1990s.
Napster?
Okay. Was it Napster?
I don't
That
know.
they went
That
up
was about file sharing.
I
Yeah.
think it was no, it was about because a guy like a little kid, it wasn't a little kid, it was like a teenager and he killed himself or something and they blamed it on Metallica because the kid was listening to Metallica and they just said, "Oh, it's because they're evil and their music is evil."
That's
And
I
so
think
they
they
had
went
this
to
class
court,
action
didn't
suit against them.
No,
it
you
didn't
might
have
be
anything
thinking
to
of
do with
Twisted
Napster.
Sister. they went all to Congress about
There's
the whole.
actually a
No,
lot. There's a
it
lot of
wasn't. It was
bands.
not about Napster. It was just
Right.
like no. It was about yeah. Everything was bad about
That's probably
Metallica. Yeah, it was about like
Yeah.
somebody that killed themselves.
That's not just one. There's a long history of music artists being blamed for shit. Like Marilyn Manson was one of the biggest in the early '90s. He was
Oh, yeah,
blamed
yeah.
for
Another one, too.
Columbine, even though like
Oh yeah, because that was like the first.
Yeah,
mass
but they
shooting.
can't be held like
Where was
that
that?
Mockingbird
That
guy.
was in Missouri, or I don't know. That was in Middle America somewhere.
Melody,
Guy
didn't it go
killed
to
John
court?
Lennon.
Suit.
I'm sure it went to court.
Okay.
Catcher in the Rye. Yeah, Catcher in the Rye. It's apparently told him to kill John Lennon.
the
People
hell.
get some weird interpretations out of shit. But I don't think the artists are held responsible for any of it. It's not something that they can be held responsible for.
They shouldn't be, unless unless you can point to it directly, like it's a direct statement of violence or some shit. But that's
Yeah,
already how the law's drawn up.
Well, look at Eminem. I mean, he's pushed the bar so many times.
Mm-hmm. That's true. But I still say, unless it's direct, unless you can point some sort of direct, like for instance, even the Trump thing is a little bit shaky with Trump calling for violence. I do believe that that's what he was doing, but it's
Open to interpretation.
Yes, and I'm the same on both sides. Just because I hate Trump, I'm not going to change the way the law works to destroy him. I do believe that it's true that he was trying to incite an insurrection, but it's too slippery. Evidence matters. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Well, he should have never been held up as an actual candidate. It's a joke that we're even at this point.
I agree. I very much agree, and that's a problem with America, that we don't care about credibility. Like it's like, I always say, like, it would be if you want a dentist and you go to get a chiropractor instead to pull your teeth. Like, why the fuck would he knows nothing about politics?
Yep, exactly. I kind of have the same thing. I always think, what do you get your car done at the doctor and then get your doctor work done at the mechanic? I mean,
yeah, like like there's a such thing as appeal to authority, meaning it's not everything, but it also means something. Like, you can't expect to get like cutting edge information about fucking, I don't know, I can't even think of an example, psychology from like a fucking receptionist or something. Like,
okay, you're right, Trops. It was okay, so it was Napster. I don't know where in the hell I got that from, but I could have sworn it was something about somebody like committing suicide, and people were like saying that they were horrible because of their music.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm sure that went to court.
Yeah, Napster, Metallica are the ones that had the battle.
Yeah,
That was
okay.
That was a big one especially for the music industry, because it caused a lot of people to go fucking. Well, Lars made the big deal. Now, what I do, and so I agree to an extent. What I do, and a lot of people don't agree with me on this, I separate these things. So there's the music, and then there's the people. The people are pieces of shit, and they should have never done that. They sold out. They didn't give a fuck about their actual fans. It was all about profit. However, I love Metallica's music, and I'm not gonna throw that away just because of that. Like, to me, that would be harming myself, you know. But you can make a valid argument to the contrary.
I hate Lars mostly. I mean, I like the lead singer. Yeah. Like, he's just badass.
He's pretty awesome.
Lars is a punk.
Yeah. I always loved Metallica. They're pretty fucking cool. But yeah.
To me, it's probably my favorite band of all time, and that's
wow.
It's saying a lot for me.
AC/DC would have to be the top. I mean, AC/DC is just.
I do love AC/DC,
but it was a long time ago. They're pretty fucking cool. I had to sit back, but
it's all earache to me. I can't be doing with it at all. It's like having a wasp in your ear.
But yeah, like with so with heavy metal bands, some people, I don't know if you were going to this aspect, Trobs, but some people get kind of like too into it like these killers and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's like few and far between where it goes that far.
Well, it
But
tends to actually work the other way around. Metal tends to be used as like a way to channel, like almost think of like punching a punching bag to release your anger. They use
Yeah.
the music to like deal with that specific avenue of human experience.
that's what it did for me. Because I
Right.
mean,
It doesn't
so
make you want to be violent, at least not most people.
so
Well,
like
metal
so
is
for
always
me,
more like a clique, kind of like
I
people, the
loved
outcast
Alice in
clique.
Chains
That's true.
and all of I used to love a lot of not heavy metal, but I used to love that kind of stuff, like Alice in Chains, uh, Pearl Jam, all of
Mhm.
that kind of stuff. But it was definitely an outlet for me, to just whenever I wouldn't feel good about myself, but it wasn't like something that I would. I don't know. I thought it was like horrible when people would say, "Oh, yeah, it's going to cause people to, outright damage other people."
Yeah, there's no evidence to support that. And my this is anecdotal, but in my experience, it tends to be the opposite of what people say. The dudes that are like rocker type, like
Hmm.
the little group that you're talking about, Gads,
Yeah.
they tend to be the most like they're like hardcore animal friendly. They'll give you the shirt off their back. They'll help random strangers, and they're like
Mhm.
tattoo covered and shit. Like the stereotypes are bullshit. They're just not true.
Yeah.
Well, it's more of an image to look tough too.
Yeah, that's true. True. Well, it's not always about tough. I mean, I can only speak from my experience. To me, it's just I like the aesthetic. It's not about like I want to look like a badass. It's like I just love that dark sort of aesthetic. It's enjoyable to me. It looks good, I guess. Because when it comes to aesthetics, everything gets complicated. I mean, it's just you like what you like. Like, how do you explain it logically?
Personal preference. Well,
Yeah, it is.
It's like the saying,
Yeah,
the
it's like
customer's always right in
Yeah, you may not look
matters
like
of taste.
else.
That's it.
That's true.
yeah.
But
I
to a point, sometimes it's a little bit too much. What's that? That YouTube? It's something underbelly. What's it called?
I know what you're talking about. Is it Great
Where
White Underbelly or
it's something where people.
soft something
Oh,
underbelly?
soft white underbelly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
man. Some of the people on there, they're man. It's fucking crazy. Like
It's a
there was.
good thing to watch though
It
because it
is.
gives you perspective.
It is, yeah. It's very interesting. Like there
Mhm.
was one girl on there, and okay, so her teeth, they were shaved to where, I mean, they were like daggers,
Mhm.
and it was, oh, I don't know, it was just like
Wild.
really crazy. I don't know why in the fuck she would do that, and her whole body was just like,
Self-hatred.
and she was really pretty. You can tell that she was really pretty, like otherwise.
You ever see like guy did the cheetah tattoo thing where he turned himself into like a cheetah
Yes.
and there's a lizard guy and
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's so stupid.
yeah. To me, that's really gross.
I would never go that far, but I respect them. Like I see them as they think
The
that I do
dedication.
that, like
I
personal
don't.
expression is important, but they just go like 10 times. They're like it becomes their whole life. But
Oh yeah, go do whatever
I
you
don't really
want.
care.
So
Yeah,
they
you
need a job.
live your life how you want. I'm not gonna do that.
Right.
But they're okay. But they're asking to get stared at like 100% all the.
That's what they want.
Yeah, I
They
guess
want
they.
the attention.
Yeah. No, you're right. They want all of the attention.
That is true. I'll even admit during my I'm still I guess I consider myself goth functionally, but I don't really look at as much. But when I went through my hardcore phase, like when I was a teenager in my early 20s, that's what it was. It was attention. It was like it's not just that I like this aesthetic. I want you to know that I'm this aesthetic. I wanted the world to look at me and go, hey, that dude's this, like whatever you think of when you think of that, right?
Yeah.
So you're right. That's exactly what it is.
And then when you do look, they go, what are you looking at?
Yeah. In some cases, it was like purposeful. And in a bad way, that was me in high school. I would purposefully stare down people like in the hallway in high school, and they would look at me, and I would do it's like I'm creating it. And then like I go out of my way to get in their way, and then they would look at me, and I would go, I would have a stare down with them. I wouldn't even talk. I would just be like,
Are
I
you
want them to.
serious?
Yes, I was an asshole. This was stupid, but that's who I was.
I would be scared as fuck.
Self-reflection.
Well, I didn't hurt people. I just wanted them to start something. I was looking for an excuse for them to start something, so because I hated the world, and what I wanted is I wanted to take it out on something. So I wanted someone, especially if it was someone that like it was a redneck or something that I like had some sort of spite toward.
Yeah.
And the redneck dude would be just minding his own business, walking down the hallway, and I would go out of my way to get on his side and try to get him to look at me in the eyes. He would, and then I would be like, "You got a problem, dude?" And then
That's mean.
I know I'm not saying it was good. In fact, I'm admitting it was terrible, but that's who I was.
Especially, yeah, just going after somebody just to
I know.
stare them down whenever they did no wrong to you.
I agree, but I will. The way I defended it.
You were a kid.
That's true, but also a way that I defended it to myself is I didn't do it to random. It would always be the type of people that would be like, "Look at that fucking freak," like the type of people.
Toward you.
Yes, so it was sort of like I chose purposefully. I'm not saying that defends it completely, but it at least makes it a little better than
intimidation.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. And because if I want to take out my frustrations of the world on someone, I want it to at least be someone that I feel sort of deserves it.
And that's that in between 16 and 24 where male adolescence
Yeah, I
takes
understand.
place.
I mean, I don't think
You're trying to make your place in the world, establish who you are, what your morals, goals, perceptions are of the world.
And some of my morality was shaped by violence. And I think to some extent that's normal. Maybe not to the extreme that I took it, but like your morality is shaped by things like that, even if it wasn't to you directly.
Yep, it's how people treat you and how life actually takes place for you in that growing period.
Right.
Yeah,
Not to mention the concept of justice. Like it's very important to me, and I've never believed in any sort of higher power. So I felt that you have to make it for yourself, especially because I never trusted the justice system or anything. So you got to look at things through my perspective at the time. And I would see like these redneck type and like prep type people picking on people because they were weird, or like there was one kid named Philip who was albino and he was very white. They called him Powder based off of that movie. And they would push him around and like fucking fuck with him all the time. And it became my thing to bully those people. And then people, again, we go back to, if you bully a bully, it's the same. I disagree because your intent is different. My intent is to make that motherfucker never think of doing that shit again, because that's what you open the door to. If you're going to be that bully guy and someone does that to you, he's beating you at your own game.
In a film, or in most every film, a person that bullies a bully is called a hero.
That's what I believe. That's what I believe. But some people,
you'd be the bully as well.
So good. That's a good topic, because you're right. It depends on the people, but I tend to think that most people in society, I think, would agree with Mal on this one. I don't view it that way because I think you're taking intent out of the equation, and it matters.
You should be a bully to the bully. I don't give a fuck.
But I don't think that it is being a bully. So I think the very act.
You need to stand up for people because they can't stand up for themselves.
I think the argument is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the argument is what you're doing is just perpetuating a cycle of violence, and that's all you're doing.
No, you are helping somebody. No, that's fucking bullshit. You are helping somebody. No,
that's how
Or sometimes if you hurt somebody, they're going to come back with even more vengeance and want to do even more harm. That's where you get all these like shooters and all this shit nowadays.
So that's the argument, and I see that. It's not like I'm like oblivious to it. I just disagree. I think that yes, that happens, but more times than not, I believe it's the only possible way you can reach them because they view the world through might makes right. You cannot reason with them. The only chance you have is to beat their fucking ass, to have them and under your control and your power, the exact same shit they do to other people, make them feel what it's like and show them that they're wrong, that they shouldn't do that, that at the even if they disagree, at the very least someone like you will be there that will fuck their world up if they do. And I think that that's the right thing, and of course it's subjective.
But people will say that you're becoming the bully
I know.
if you bully them. But what are you doing? And you're perpetuating it. What are
So
you doing if you take a step back instead?
if you what?
Take a step back instead.
So then
when
you're not doing anything. You're
being
just
complacent. You're being complacent.
so
You don't wanna-
this comes back to the
Because
argument.
I would be too scared to do something, but I wish that I would, because I would feel like it would be the right thing. To me, it's the right thing what you did, Trops.
Well,
I mean,
to be fair, I don't do
Yeah.
this. I don't do this nearly as much now. I'm an adult now, and
No.
consequences are far greater than they were then.
you can't as an adult, but as a kid,
Right.
it's a different circumstance.
So this was I understand, and Mal's not wrong, by the way. This is subjective. This is how you view the world.
Yeah, of course.
So I understand the argument. So one, I would say this is semantic. I would say it's not accurate to say you're bullying the bully, because the word bully itself implies a certain level of intent. To be a bully, you are wanting to pick on someone for no other reason than to assert your dominance. That is not my intent. Therefore, I'm not a bully. That would be my argument at first. So there's other parts to this argument too, which is, aren't you just perpetuating violence and all that? And my answer is that's a possibility, sure. But I believe that if your goal is to stop that bully from doing that in the future, and that's my goal, then you would have a better chance of achieving that goal by beating the shit out of them than you would by going, I'm going to be the bigger guy. I'm going to not be like him or whatever. You're not going to change anything with that. Like, it goes back to the whole argument of, and I believe this, that a lot of people believe that it's not the same level of evil to not do something as it is to actually be the person that orchestrates something that's evil. And I'm saying it in a really weird way, but I'll try to give an example. Like the analogy that Peter Singer uses with, there's a person in a pond and they're drowning, and a lot of people would someone would most of the time say that it's fucked up if you didn't help them, because all that's going to happen to you is you're going to get your pants wet or some shit. Like, it's just a pond. You're an adult and it's a kid. But a lot of people, if they think when it's across the world or something, that it's different. It somehow minimizes it. So like, if you don't act and it's not right in front of you, in some way, it's perceived that it's less your responsibility. And I think that is incorrect. Not doing, I'm actually using a terrible analogy, but my point is, not doing something, maybe it's not just as evil, but it's also a form of evil. Like, I think that just being a bystander when something bad is happening is still evil, just a lesser form of it than if you were the perpetrator.
You still perpetuated it by taking that step back.
What do you mean?
If you don't do anything, you take a step back instead.
What?
You're still perpetuating the bullying thing.
So, okay,
By not doing anything.
So if you take a step back, you're perpetuating what? I'm trying to understand exactly.
Sorry, the bullying, if you take a step back, you're perpetuating about bullying by not interfering.
That's true, but you're not perpetuating the bullying if again, and maybe you'll disagree with my definition, it's not bullying if your intent is not to just, for no good reason, attack someone. So for one, it's not bullying, and it's not perpetuating bullying, because your goal at least is to attack bullying, to make an example.
It all matters how you go about it.
For sure. We'll agree on that.
It's remembering it and then maybe making them pay later,
Yeah, part of the
Catching
thing,
one
I
of-
suppose, is
So if you see a group picking on somebody, find one of them at a time by themselves, and then handle it.
Right.
It's,
Well,
it's very simple. Ask how many people who have had a fight.
Or you could do
I hardly know
psychological warfare.
anybody who's had a fight apart from me. Hardly anybody.
right.
They wouldn't know what to do, so they don't interfere.
So I understand that. So again, it's going back to intent. So if someone doesn't interfere because they don't know what to do, that's entirely a different thing. But also, you don't have to beat the shit out of someone. That's only one avenue. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
you could also like go to some sort of authority figure that you think might deal with it.
Yeah.
But my argument would be, at least in high school, in the context of this whole deal that I've described, I've been through that. I kind of was the kid to an extent that was always in trouble. It does not work. In fact, in some ways, it actually makes you feel better, because a bully's mentality is they're the bad guy. And when the principal gets them in trouble and it's like nothing, what you got, ISS or OSS, you like that. It makes you feel like you are your role. And the other kids that are like in your clique will be like, fuck yeah, dude, you're a badass, because you got in trouble. So you have to find negative reinforcement in some way. Otherwise, that will never stop. And in my experience, there's no other negative enforcement that's actually effective. Like, you can't use reason. We've established that. If you try to like get through to them in any other way, they just think you're a bitch. Like, because that's how they view the world. So from my perspective, you cannot reach them in any other way. You have to play their own game, but be better at it. Or at least, yeah, like I don't know of another way. This kind of goes back to a broader topic of vigilantism. And a lot of people would disagree with me with this, I tend to like the idea of Punisher, Batman, shit like that. Many people would say that's wrong. That's morally abhorrent. You're taking the law into your own hands. What I would say is the law is not only not good, it's highly flawed, and it's highly, like, it's not about right and wrong as some people tend to make it about. It's more about like what serves the interests of rich people for a lot of the laws and shit.
Did you ever see that video of that woman? Her daughter was killed, raped, and the guy raped and killed her daughter, and they had him in the same room. She just pulled a gun out and just shot him. The cops kind of just stood there and let her do it, and then
I
they're
think
like
I've
arrested.
seen that. Yeah,
That was crazy. And then there's another one where there's a guy, they're bringing a guy. He did something to his kid too, and the guy was at a payphone waiting for him, and as soon as he saw, he just popped out from the payphone and just shot him.
right.
Yeah,
I think I saw that.
I think the Trob's point is, I think we all know that the law isn't always moral either.
Right.
It's just law. It's not
Is
moral.
Rash
Huge.
correct about your position, Mal? He says Mal's
that's a rarer thing.
right.
It's not as common as what
Right. And by the way, that is rarer, but I will agree that happens. Yes,
absolutely.
But so, okay, let me use an analogy. So people talk about pedophiles as something that gets people really worked up, and for good reason.
And it happens all the goddamn time.
It does. It's like you wanted to prove my point for me.
You goddamn pedo.
So it gets people worked up, but that's a good reason to use it, sort of. So like, so you can make the case rightfully that they cannot control what they're attracted to. That's true. What they're attracted to is sort of biologically why, unless the rare cases that it was because of some kind of trauma, but let's skip that for now. Most of the time it's biological, just like being gay. So I don't harbor, I don't believe in thought crimes. No problem that you think that. You have no control over that. But you do have control over your actions, and regardless of whether you want to feel sorry for that person because they were born with that predisposition toward liking children or something, like, you have to find a way to keep it from being a greater harm to society. So even if you think they're a victim, you've got to do something about it. And I feel that way about bullies. Even if that bully, it's sad, sure, that they were created by being bullied themselves, or their fathers were like abusive, which is common, actually, yes. Even if that's the case, you have to keep them from fucking up the rest of the world. That's my
Yeah.
position.
And that is usually what happens is the bully has been bullied, usually by their fucking parents.
Yes, and I don't neglect like the knowledge of that at all. It's just that it doesn't change. It doesn't change the bigger scheme to me. Like they still have to be stopped. They still have to be taught a lesson. Like
Correct.
regardless.
Just
So the
because-
question
because they were
becomes
brought up that
what?
way doesn't make it right.
Right. I think the question becomes in the end, what
doesn't
is
make
the
it okay.
best method to reach these people to get this action to stop? And that's where we'll debate. I don't know is the truth, but I feel that violence
Education is the simple answer, isn't it?
maybe. But well, the truth is I don't know. It's a
Like people trying to understand pedophiles. You
It's
can be a pedophile as much as you like, just don't act on it.
yes, and that's because regardless of whether you can help being a pedophile, your action causes harm. You can objectively prove it to society.
what you do. You
Well,
cut
it's like
off the
thinking
balls.
about like you're mad at somebody and you think about harming them, but you don't actually harm them. You just think about like say you imagine them and start kicking the shit out of them or punching them or something like that in your imagination, but it doesn't harm nobody, so therefore,
Right.
you know, it's harmless.
Yeah. And it's very important we don't head down that slippery slope of like anything being a thought crime, period. That can never be okay. Otherwise, I really do believe it will be used and we will go further and further. They'll start using it for anything that they disagree with.
That was my point on the pedo thing, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's
Can't put them
another
in jail
reason why.
just for, can't put them in jail just for fancying all these sexy kids.
Yeah.
Only if they act on it.
But it's also important not to get too emotional. Like you feel strongly about something, especially if you have like a family member or yourself dealt with something like it, and then you tend not to think critically. This is human nature. So it's important to go, hey, they cannot control that they're sexually attracted to minors. That's true. Most of the time anyway. So you don't like, oh, you're a pedophile, let's fucking kill you. No. But if they act on it, then I'm 100% with you that we need to do something to make sure it doesn't happen again.
That's what I said. Cut off their fucking balls.
I'm with that. Hold on. If they act on it, I would not say cut off their balls just because we know that they're a pedophile. That they have the thoughts, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Keep them fucking locked up.
I'll agree if, and this is important, if they have acted on it. Because you can't make anything a thought crime, in my opinion. It's wrong. We're heading down a very dangerous path.
Doesn't matter if they even admit it to
George Orwell's.
Yes, it doesn't matter. In fact, in a way, we don't want people to feel like they have to hide because it creates a worse problem. It like racists, for example. If you make it to where society frowns on something so much, they go deeper underground, they isolate, and they only associate with people in their echo chamber, and they become fanatics. They become like more extreme. Yes. You can't make anything a thought crime. Otherwise, like when it comes to racists, another analogy that I'm using here, you want to know where they are. I want to know who my enemy is. And that won't happen. That won't happen if we make it to where you can't talk about it.
Just because you're different, that is just on a level that is so disgusting. It's not like you're gay. Being attracted to little kids, that is 100. That is disgusting.
I understand.
It's not like you're fucking gay, and like
that's not the point.
Okay.
I understand, but
you have to also look at
in the same way.
History in other countries. Like other countries aren't like America even. Like I mean, you're used to American standard. Like Japan, the age of consent there was like 13 until they just changed it.
Okay, so there was actually a time, I don't know, like maybe like 60 years ago, where it was like it was acceptable for people in the United States, or I don't know, it might have been in the UK.
Well, I just looked at. Did you know the voting age used to be 21? They actually lowered it to 18 during the Vietnam War.
For recruitment.
Okay, so for instance, wasn't
because to be able to recruit you, you had to be able to vote. So therefore, they made the voting age 18.
That helped the blue side.
Well, Nixon. That was Nixon at that time. Yeah, got him out there.
I was gonna make a
rash. It's hilarious.
Oh, what happened?
He said the Muslim being very quiet on this topic,
On what topic?
pedophilia, because of the. I would assume he's joking about the connection with Aisha, and like the whole shit that people talk about Aisha being underage.
Who's Aisha? What's going on with? I don't even.
You
know
may
what-
not know about it
No,
anyway.
I don't even know what.
Okay, so first I have to say I'm not a fucking expert on this, so I don't know what's true, but it's accused
What country?
that
What country?
Muhammad
First of all,
there's an accusation that Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, was a pedophile. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. That's
Well,
what he's kind
From
of
what I
alluding
think
to.
about, he took a girl that was like 9, but he
Mhm.
didn't actually do anything until she was like 12, 13, something like
Right.
that.
oh shit. Okay, who did that?
Muhammad.
Ew, gross.
That was the normal customs back
He didn't
then.
think
Though
so.
that was like normal back then.
Yeah,
Like it was.
To be fair, we
So-
look at it. Hold on. This
That
is
was gonna
important.
be my point.
You're
That was-
looking through a
that
modern
was going to
lens.
be my
Yes,
point.
exactly. That's the important
That.
thing that you need to understand is during that time, across the board, including Christian people, it was more the norm for that to happen. So
Christianity is about selling your daughter. If you look in there, it tells you how to sell your daughter for like livestock and silver.
Yeah. Well, and that is the thing. So, and I don't even
And it
know
was at
this-
those ages. It was around 12, 13 years old when you'd sell
What
them.
if you're- okay, it's like, oh, you're 2 years old and you're gonna marry this fucking man that's 40 years old. It's disgusting. And I don't
Women
even
were
know
like
those-
adults at 16 back then because
But-
most
Right.
people didn't make it to adulthood. I mean, you'd have 5 kids and 3 of them would die before they even became like an infant. I mean, a 1-year-old.
Well, I mean, I think that some of these sex, which I mean SECT, not
The-
sex,
the-
SECT.
Sex.
You do this every time, and it's funny.
I know. I say this.
Yeah,
every
no.
time.
It's not. It's
But-
not
but
that
I-
you
but
said it.
I have to pronounce it because you guys will like put this
No. It's the other way around because
I know you
hold
like-
on, every single time, no one thinks a second thought. You are the one that makes it
I
sexual.
know because you guys talk about fapping and all that kind of stuff. So I've got to bring it back to context.
Okay.
But there's different people, and so this is what they've always done, and this is what they still do, and so I don't know. It's just messed up. So what I was going to go back to was that you guys are correct, or not correct, but so Edgar Allan Poe, I was just thinking about this like last night. So he ended up marrying his, I don't know if it was like his third cousin, but she was 13 years old. And this was, I think it was like 1860.
Romeo and Juliet. Juliet
It
was
was
like
somewhere around
13.
like 1860.
Romeo was like
And-
21.
But I think he was like 35 or something like that, which is disgusting. I don't, maybe he was 28, something
But
like
that's
that.
why I say about
But-
Romeo and Juliet. They
I
were
think he was like
like
28.
21 and
And
13.
so, but this is like an actual fucking person. It's not just like some,
Romeo and Juliet was based off real people.
okay,
Right.
but this is an actual like real fucking person, not just based on some bullshit. So he married like a 13-year-old girl. But like back then, okay, being gay, you would get like fucking crucified and death, and just you would been like gutted. So today's standard,
Castrated.
you would not have everything. Now it's okay. Now you're a fucking pedo, and then being gay is fine. And it's been like that for, I don't know, maybe the last 40 years or something. But before that,
100.
you would be like crucified for being gay. And well, okay.
It depends on the location because
Well,
there are
true.
pockets of history where actually being gay was so widely accepted it was more the norm than not. Like in
Rome,
Roman,
Greece.
exactly. Rome was one of the. Yep, that's another good one.
Okay, because back
Athens.
then, they would have like those crazy fucking orgies and shit.
Yeah, they actually taught their soldiers to because and it worked.
It was
If
fun.
they had
No,
like
no.
if they had a gay like partner, they were more likely to fight harder because it was love. It was
No. You were so
Yeah, that was the Spartan line. That's how.
no. Now you're a lion. That's
No, that
Spartan-
it's
the
true.
Spartans were those bonding.
It's
They
true.
bonded.
I mean,
By the way,
I don't talk about
so they
sex
had-
much because
so
I
they
got a
had
wife.
not-
You know.
right.
What
Well,
do I know?
to be fair, I want to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting. I'm not saying every single person was gay. I'm saying that it was
No.
very common, and they
It was-
actually
Well,
they
here's,
loved it.
Here's the thing: is like Alexander, like there was no wording in the Greek language for gay. You were either sexual or not sexual. You either
Right.
like doing things because everybody was pretty open to everything. There wasn't classifications for everything. Like Alexander was looked at as homosexual, and he also slept with his mother.
Ew.
But none of that was frowned upon because he was just a sexual person.
Yeah.
He conquered most of the world. He's done more than most men will, and he died at like 27.
What that shows is that this
Wait.
whole gay hatred thing, it's a societal influence. Like a lot of people
It's a
now think
Christian thing.
this is what we've always thought. That's not true.
That was invented.
Well,
Yes.
it actually came from the Hebrew, the whole Sodom and Gomorrah. There's so much bullshit in there about
Yeah.
like all the gay hatred shit is Old Testament. There's nothing anti-gay in the New Testament.
Well, also it's also worth noting the Sodom and Gomorrah thing is even taken out of context because it's not direct hatred of gay people. It's hatred of their lifestyle, which is their like Las Vegas like hedonistic like way of living. That was what they were pointing to.
It was just a Greek lifestyle, just being
right.
sexual.
So it doesn't directly point that the reason Sodom and Gomorrah were reviled at the time was because they were homosexual. It doesn't say that. People assume that.
And it was also and so it was also Grecian as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like the people of Greece, it was with them as well.
Greco-Roman.
I kind of want to have like a LARP, a big LARP where we have a huge city and we make it look just like Rome and shit. And I can pretend to be a Roman soldier and go in there and butt fuck people. You know how awesome that'd be?
Just sneak attack them.
Yes.
I've had a dib at Alexander. He's cute. I've seen the film.
He was what?
He's cute. I've seen the film.
I had the director's cut of that. It's like 3 hours long. It's a great film, though. Alexander the Great.
When was
it came out around the time Troy came out.
So he was there. So it was around like it was 325 BC. That's whenever he wasn't alive for very long.
That's why I said he died at 27.
Yeah, 27, something like that. 20, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to if I have y'all's. Well, I don't want it. But
His tomb is lost. Like after he died, all his generals squabbled over who got what, and then it just broke apart. His son was assassinated, and then his wife ran for the hills.
I dug up 3 of his coins.
Well, he established a lot of places. So as he went on his conquest, every place he conquered, he just renamed it something Alexander something. So all across Asia. Alexander this, that, everything.
Not very imaginative.
Well, the only way that we could like date it was because it had like one of his generals. It was like a mason.
The one of his generals became the ruler of the Scythid
Lysimachus?
Empire. The
Yeah, I think
Scythid
it was
Empire ruled
Lysimachus.
for much of the Middle East.
Yeah, it was Lysimachus. That's the
The
only one.
Seleucids, actually. I mean, yeah, the Seleucid Empire.
So that's how they dated it. But anyways.
I like some muscles on my man too, Rash. We share that in common. I'm all about some Brad Pitt and Troy. That's my shit.
That was a good film.
I loved it.
My muscles would have been all over that.
Oh, did y'all see the new Gladiator? It is exactly like the first one. It is no different.
There's little differences.
Didn't like it.
What?
I didn't watch it yet.
I think the first one was better.
Yeah, I mean, I love both of them, but they are exactly the same. This exact same storyline, all of it.
Nah, I think you just don't have an understanding of the history.
I'm talking about the movie.
I know. First one was about the death of Marcus Aurelius, and then his son Augustus.
Okay, so maybe like the people that we're talking about are different. I'm talking about exactly what happened is exactly what happened again
She
in the
means
next
the
movie.
she means the
What-
general, like the way the
The
story.
plot.
Yeah, the plot.
The
Yeah.
format of the movie is exactly the same.
Well,
I'm
I
not
mean, it
talking
is
about the
called
people.
Gladiator. It should be about gladiatorial battles.
The
I mean,
people are different, of course, duh. But I'm just saying the movie is exactly the same.
okay. I mean, that's kind of what people wanted, though.
But I mean they're both really good.
I think it was good. I think the first one has an edge,
First
and
one.
that tends to be the case
Russell
most of the
Crowe.
time. Yeah, that's one reason why he did an excellent job there.
The
Even though
second one,
he's an asshole in real life, but I don't care. He's a good actor.
the
Mhm.
second
Yeah,
one didn't have Russell Crowe.
Yes.
I like him
That
in
was the
Robin
problem.
Hood. His Robin Hood film is amazing.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen many Russell Crowe films, honestly. Mainly just Gladiator.
The Robin Hood one he did was probably the most lore accurate one of them all.
I
What do
haven't
you
seen-
mean, lore? Oh, the original
Like how
story
he
of Robin Hood.
became, Sir Robin of Locksley and everything, like how he got the title and everything like that. And
Oh,
like
okay.
there was a knight dying, and he took the oath, returned the sword to his father-in-law, and he brought the sword back. And then the father-in-law's dying, which if he didn't have an heir, then the throne takes his land. So therefore, he tells him to play along and just be his heir until he gets all the title work done. That way, he doesn't lose his land and everything. So he fills in as Sir William Robert Locksley.
Interesting.
And
Sir
then he
Locksley?
helps the people.
That sounds
Well,
familiar.
Is
as
it?
he regains his memory, he actually finds out that his father was a revolutionary that was helping to file the first charters of the Magna Carta, basically, where they're given the lords rights over their lands.
Is the story like completely fictional, or is it based on some sort of real event?
And it's kind of mixed. It's kind of like
Mostly fictional.
Oh,
yeah, it's dramatical. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, most of them are. I mean, they have to be a little bit like loosely based on something.
real life's really
Gonna be-
boring. Really, I mean, imagine trying to tell your life in a dramatic story. I mean, it would be boring as fuck.
Yeah.
Probably. Mine would.
Yeah, that's
All
true.
well, there are some people that are usually just crazy. That their life is filled with like it don't have to be filled because it doesn't take much to make a story. There are some people that have done like a couple of examples of really crazy shit, and they're really good for these sorts of stories that we make. Like, I don't know, like the dude from World War II that fought with a sword.
Oh, well, I was thinking that World War One general, he lost an arm and eye,
Mhm.
and then on to fight World War II, escape from prison, like, and then gets sent into war again. Like, all he wanted to do is just go back to war, and like, he's just this ultimate badass.
Yep.
Now,
And
you probably know him.
the
He's
tr-
UK.
The what?
He's from the UK.
Oh yeah. That's one dude I was thinking of.
Like the drummer of Def Leppard.
What's with him?
Oh,
One-armed drummer.
He said somebody with
Oh.
an arm.
I didn't know that the drummer from Def Leppard had one arm.
See, that's my one question for always religious people is: if your God's so powerful, why doesn't He heal amputees?
Yeah.
That's only one example, though. Like, there's so many.
That's the
It
only
all
one I
it all
want.
How the
goes.
fuck he does it? Seriously.
It all
If
goes back to the problem of evil. Always, it goes right back to that.
I'll believe in any God if I can see somebody pray to that God and then that person regrow their limb. I will pray to that God, but until that point, nope.
Well, if prayer works, I'd like to see an atheist win the lottery.
but that's the thing. We already know, or I say know loosely, but like we have case studies that show that prayer doesn't do anything.
No, it does
At least
nothing.
intercessory prayer at the very
Been
least.
tested.
Yeah, it's
Mental
like, and then
reinforcement.
people go, you can't prove that. Yes, you can. Like
Yeah.
we've covered the like anything that you could think that would be like a source of bias or whatever. Like if you can think of it, I promise you that these people thought of it too. They've done everything they can to make it as unbiased as possible because they just wanted to know.
But they like to do good stuff for other people.
Who?
People in religions.
Oh, that's
religious
true. I
people.
don't deny that. So
A
the
lot of times they
problem,
think they're doing good, but they're really doing
yes,
harm.
that's the problem. Is
Ask Rash. He'll tell you all about being Muslim.
well, sometimes they do good things. Sometimes, like Gad says, they think they're doing good things, but they're actually causing more harm than good.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're just evil, but like,
There was 13 different crusades, all for the Holy Lands. Half the time, they didn't even get to the Holy Lands. Like the Third Crusade, they stopped at Constantinople, sacked that city, and took over Constantinople instead of ever going to the Holy Land. Like,
right.
there's
Wh-
times.
Well, that shows you that that's not exactly what it was all about. There's other influences on why they're
They
doing
needed
that.
money.
Well,
They needed
yes.
money to keep the troops and everybody satisfied. They needed plunder to keep people interested.
Doesn't matter
If
what
not-
side you're on, God's on your side. How's that
the
work?
Spanish,
Well,
like the Spanish Inquisition, that was just look at that nasty.
that's what I don't like. Logic never enters the equation. Okay, I'm
Well,
talking
you know
loosely,
what?
but
That's actually true. So I went over to my grandma's house. I mean, this was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And so I got out the Bible. I mean, she's like so she's dead now, but okay, that doesn't even matter. Maybe this was like 10 years ago. And so I got out the Bible, and so I started like reading it. And so I was just trying to ask questions, and I said, well, why do you believe this? And I don't understand this portion. And why did this happen? And I don't get it. And so she just said, I don't know. That's just what we believe in. And I mean, that's the only explanation that I was given. And I was
Sounds
just
good to
like,
me.
come on.
They're taught not to question it. So
I don't
therefore they
like
don't
that.
question it.
I mean,
and that's why we go back to the
only-
Socratic method. You should question every fucking thought that you have in your head, regardless of what it is. I don't care what it is. Question it.
We have a saying in Wales, mothers are good at it. When you do something, why do I have to do this? Because that's why.
Yeah, well, that never worked on me because of the way my mind works. Like my
Yep.
parents learned, you need to explain to me why I'm doing something. It's
Yeah.
another reason why I couldn't be in the military. I can't follow orders blindly. I can't. It's not in me. Not unless
No.
you're gonna like threaten my life if I don't.
I was told the same.
I'm
Yeah.
kind
I
of
did try.
rebellious.
I did try. I failed dismally.
I'm usually given the parameters and then I skate the line. What I can and can't do.
Right.
Yeah,
I do that too.
I didn't mean to derail it onto something else. You were talking about sex, and I'm married, so kind of left me out.
Yeah, Melody over there bringing up sex all the time.
It's
these
all
different
good.
Sexes.
It depends on how many sects are in the religion.
Shut up.
I'm
It's
sure
like-
Melody would like
I
one
swear,
of those nudist
like,
religions.
What do you think of us, Melody? Like when we're talking
Man,
about
because-
when we're talking about fapping or something, it's just shock value. That's it.
Well,
So-
man, I
so
had to,
we're
like, I had to
completely- we're
fucking-
completely
I had to fucking-
innocent,
no,
and
no,
you've
listen
got-
to me. No, I
What?
had to fucking leave like last time because no, because
I'm
no,
as
this-
innocent as a
Rob,
kitten.
You're talking about because I've been a fat for like an hour because and I'll just like stroke it.
We know how to
and-
do
and
the
then I'll
shock
just, like,
value.
start thinking
That's
about
all.
something else. So I can just do this for a goddamn hour.
It's
So because I want to make it just like go out.
If
now,
you read the
now.
comments I left in the chat
Fuck,
yesterday,
fuck. And so you
I
and
thought-
Gadwin are talking about stroking your goddamn dicks together.
I thought
So
the stream
maybe you
was
should like
yesterday.
intertwine them like a goddamn pretzel.
it's
you know,
not
have
it's
your
not
fucking
but
dicks together.
but the point is it's not serious. It's just to get a reaction.
You should
Well,
share
you
a
fucking-
penis
it's-
puppeteering act.
Well, no, but I'm okay, Trobs, but I fucking believe
He knows how
you
to do the
100%.
cheeseburger where he makes his balls
Well,
one on
hold-
top
hold
and then
on.
penis
Hold
on
on,
top.
I'm-
You are serious. I know.
Oh
you
yeah,
are,
I'm
and
not
that's
saying.
what-
To be clear, I'm not saying that I don't do that. I'm just saying my intent was just to get a rise. I may be telling the
but
truth.
I know you're telling the truth whenever you say that. I know that you are not just fabricating on that.
That's understandable.
No, and that's true. I know.
I can't help it. I don't have shame. Well, that's not true. I don't
That's
have
why I
shame.
believe
I
it.
don't
Like,
have shame to the extent most people do.
Yeah, he usually doesn't
Yeah.
like talking about his butt waxing details, but I mean,
Yeah. Okay. So I could understand that portion, but yeah, with the whole let's no. Okay, let's not do the butt waxing. Well, I don't know.
Melody, do you wax your butt?
I've never waxed my butt. No, I have
Okay.
not.
Do you
No.
have a hairy butt?
Okay, no, I do not. But every single person
It's a lot of butts.
they do have hair
Yeah.
inside their butt on their butthole. Yes, that is true.
What?
And anybody and any person that says that they don't, they are lying to you.
Mine is completely bald, and I don't have to wax. It's perfectly clean like a baby's butt all the time.
Yeah,
Wet wipes.
unless you have like fucking alopecia down there like Jada Pinkett.
I like to mess with Patrick all the time, and one time in Space Chat, I spent like $5. I did the little donation so you could put a little message. I
Mhm.
put Patrick goes nuts for men with hairy butts.
I bet he got triggered.
He's so fun to talk. He's okay.
He was
he's-
so mad.
Yeah, he's just like a mess. And then I haven't seen him around for a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while since he's been around. I don't know what he's up to.
Yeah, because he used to go on people's streams all the time and he would be in his basement and have his.
I
and
think
have-
he was working through something. I think he was having a problem right then, and he was trying to
Oh,
deal
really?
with it. That's my
Okay.
opinion. I don't know.
Well, he likes trying to trigger people. Again, as I said before, if you watch his body
yeah.
language when he's on live streams, his main goal is just to try to trigger people. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That's
Well,
exactly what he does.
that's obvious. So what's
And-
not obvious, that's just my opinion, is I think the reason why he was triggering was he was acting out like I think he's miserable in his life.
Oh yeah.
He's just lonely and getting older, and he's probably having like a crisis of some kind. And I think he's like acting out because of that, and that's what that was all about. And he got a form of attention through that.
Well, and it started probably with COVID, so it broke any of his cycles he did have, and he found this as a replacement for those
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was in chat and
around COVID.
he was always an asshole, but I don't know. I always found him entertaining.
Oh, it's the
Oh my
same
God.
for me. Like he was funny, even though he was a dick. I thought it was funny because I didn't take it seriously.
Yeah,
We
I
got to
didn't
get
either.
him targeted ads with those GILF singles in his area. I don't know why. It's always targeting me with GILF singles.
That happens with me too. What the? I think
Wait,
it's
what?
not. I don't think
What
it's an
happened?
algorithm. I think it gets sent to anyone.
Wait,
I could be
say
wrong.
that again.
Older ladies GILF. It says
Yeah,
like older ladies in your area looking for.
There's advertisements that pop up and they're like, and they'll throw in part of it is an algorithm, and that is they'll fill in wherever you live or around where you live, and they'll say, like for me it's Asheville. They'll be like older ladies looking to F in Asheville, and free to whatever, and they're all over the place.
Yeah, well, it's probably good because you're talking about fapping all the time, except for they're throwing in the out.
But I don't think that they're like listening to our conversation.
Because they're probably trying to get you to actually fuck somebody instead of stroking your dick.
I think that
That's
it's
what
not.
Chatterbait's for.
Yes, but I don't think it's targeted. I think that it's well, for one, it's partially targeted because you only see these ads on porn sites. But like, the point
Only
is,
your location.
well, that's true. Well, they know your location based on your IP address to some extent. But I think that's the only thing that they're targeting. They're not like looking for, like, they think that you're a young person that wants to do an old person. I think all they need to know is you watch porn, and there's a decent chance that you'll be okay with that.
Yeah, your standards are probably low.
Or at least they're willing to risk that, because if they're wrong, you just don't click. If they're right, they make money.
Well,
right?
I heard about those people that use those hookup apps or whatever. It's really bad on there.
Wow.
What do you mean hookup apps?
Oh, I don't know what they're called. I forget.
Grindr?
Tinder.
I use one of the. So I use Bumble, but I haven't been on there for a few months. But yeah, I'm on Bumble. But it has not worked out for me. So I started on it again because I was on it like a few years ago.
Melody's desperate.
No, it's actually no. It's actually kind of difficult to meet people like just out in the world
Well,
and
yeah,
stuff. So
social things are gone now.
it's difficult. So it's not that big of a deal to start like using dating apps. There's no shame in that shit. And if somebody does want to shame you, I think they're fucking dumbasses. So I don't give two fucks if somebody wants to shame me on it. You're a dumbass. But yeah, I mean, I was on Bumble a few years ago, and it was cool. I mean, I dated a few people. It lasted for about 6 weeks for each of them, and so I got off of it. But then I don't know, like last fall, I got back onto it. But like it was one date, and then I was done. It was like one date, yeah, didn't work out, yeah, not
Have
yet,
you
but
have you
yeah.
ever like had a dude that you meet through Bumble or whatever, and he licks your butthole?
No, what the fuck? No, I would never allow
That's an
somebody to
instant
do
no.
that.
Why
No,
are you
I
laughing? This is serious business.
no, I wouldn't. I don't care if you're my boyfriend. I would never allow anybody to do that
Okay,
to me.
well, so that's actually the purpose of the question, is to see
No,
how you react to it, which
no,
tells
no,
me something
no.
about you. Okay.
That's bleh.
And their
No.
salad's awesome.
I would
That
no. If
technical
anybody
term.
tried to do that to me, to me that's disgusting because
Hmm.
I mean that's like where you have like waste coming out of your body.
I agree.
So
I think
no,
that's been
that's
the
disgusting.
universal, pretty much the outlook I've seen people have seen. I don't know where this
Yeah,
stands up for it.
but for
I
some
mean,
reason,
of course,
men on average, not everyone, but on average, are more accepting of it because it's actually a thing. It's a kink. It's like a thing. Like, I don't get it, but for some reason, it's a thing.
well, that's what like gay men do. But I don't know about gay women.
Rusty rim job or something like that.
Rusty. But yeah, that's definitely a thing with men. But that's so gross.
Austin is defending it. He says you have waste coming out of your vagina too. He's like trying to be like, well, there's waste on both, man. Don't be dissing the butthole licking.
Okay, you know what? Then you don't get a fucking blowjob, you dumbass cunt.
I've never liked
So,
them personally.
Yeah,
Gadwin and I was talking about that the last time.
I find it so
okay,
useless. It's
so
like
if
a
you don't
waste
go
of
down
time.
on me, I'm not gonna go down on you. So
But yeah,
that's the end of it.
the other way is different though. I guess I don't know.
It
No,
is different, but for me, and I think Gadwin agreed with me if I remember correctly. It's basically that you're just sitting there getting pleasure and you're not doing anything. It's like
but if you didn't,
it's so weird. Like, I don't like it's awkward. I just
no,
don't like it. I want the pleasure to be reciprocal, not just me laying back and getting all the attention. It's weird to me.
no, that's what I'm talking about. It goes both ways. So
Hmm.
I'm not just gonna do that to you. I want it back.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I'm not. If you don't give back to me, then get out.
Right, agreed. It's just weird when it's one-sided. I never
Oh
understood
fuck
that.
no, I don't do it that way. I will never be with somebody that would do that. You're gone. Get the fuck out. You're fucking boring and you're an idiot and you're gross and you're a fucking narcissistic pig.
Brandon says you guys have
You're a fucking pig.
disgusting old period blood.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Hey, that's like part of being a woman. Hello.
Oh
Do you,
my!
how do
I
you think that we have children? Hello, like
I think he's
so,
just
like, we have.
making the case that it's the same as waste
I bet
coming
if
out of
you
your
didn't
butthole
eat it,
because
if
it's
you,
still waste.
I bet if you. Okay, well, guess what? Cum is fucking waste.
True. Or it can be, at least.
Byproduct.
So yeah, no,
It's
same
subjective, but to
thing.
me, you can't compare any form of waste to poop coming out of your butthole, and that's why
I'm
it's gross to me. It's
that's
gross, and like it's because it's not analogous. You're not gonna
Oh my god!
compare anything
it is
else to
not.
shit.
It is
I was
100% not.
I was listening to Joey
It's
Diaz one
it's
time.
gross.
He's like this big
Who?
comedian. He's a Italian guy. And he was
Who
talking about
is
eating
not-
ass.
But
And
it's
he's
just
like, it
so
tastes
gross.
like intestines. And I'm like,
I
I
didn't
don't
say
even want to
that,
know it.
Brandon. You dumbass.
I don't want to know what intestines taste
I'm
like.
talking about shit. You don't eat people's fucking poop holes.
Yeah.
I think it all goes back to submission and dominance. And so there's very few things more submissive than being willing to lick shit from someone's asshole. And it
Ugh,
goes
that's so gross.
it links with other kinks too. I know it's gross, but like bear with me on the point, the overall
Okay.
point, because it links with also other things that go back to submission and dominance, like licking the toes of like the queen. You know, it goes back to that sort of. I think that there's an element of sexuality there, and well, we have a lot to learn there, but I think it's really some of it is that simple.
Licking toes is a little bit different, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it's different, but it's the same in that it's
I mean,
But I'm not gonna lick somebody's
submissiveness.
toes either.
There,
No.
there's one extreme where it's like licking toes to the next where it's licking the
Toes
forbidden red
man,
cabbage.
I'm not gonna have toe jam in my fucking mouth.
I was watching Papa Meat and he said about rosebudding as it's called the forbidden red cabbage.
That is the best fucking title ever.
Oh yeah, that's whenever somebody gets fucked too much in their ass and
Ugh.
by big dicks.
Brendan says that he bets Melody would lick a man's butthole if he gave her about $10,000.
Oh, so Brandon, are you saying that you're gonna give me
Like-
$10,000?
No,
I'll do it.
no.
You know what? I would probably do it. No joke. Like
would
we're talking about something different now.
If we're talking fresh out of the shower,
yeah. Honestly, I don't care unless you have literal shit still like visible on your butthole.
yeah, like if
For
you took a shit
$10,000,
earlier
I don't
today,
care.
if you took a shit earlier today and I roll you over and there's like little bits of
No.
toilet paper still sticking to your ass and everything, no.
No.
Yeah, no, not in that case. But
No.
for the most part, it's going to take just a moment of my time. I'm not going to get sick, or more likely than not, and I have $10,000. Like
Rash, I agree. Let's change the topic.
There's no Klingons at all. No
Rash,
Klingons
yeah.
at all.
Talking about will you rim job or not?
I'm definitely on your side on this one.
Yeah, we're all the no rim job party here except for Mao. He's like, yeah, I'll
We
rim
are.
job.
Yeah, just no Klingons.
He wants a Dinkleberry free zone.
I want starfish, not Star Trek.
So you do have to denote there is a difference between what you're into, like what you would do in a sexual scenario, which I've already laid out. I'm not into buttholes, and what you would do for money and for how much, because that's a whole different. It changes everything. What's your problem, Ron?
He can't.
You're crazy.
Oh,
Cats are weird too. Every time you look at them, their butthole is always like looking at you right in the eye. It's like
I know. Oh
no
my
matter what
God.
level they're at, their butthole is always like looking at you.
It depends on the cat, but some love to. It's almost like they're assholes, and they're wanting to keep their butthole around your face.
Okay, Trobs, mine does that constantly. Oh my God, it fucking pisses me off. So I don't know if she's like trying to protect me or I just want to like throw her out of the bed, but she sleeps with me, and but she always like puts her butt like right next to my face, and so I have to push her or try to like push her butt like on sideways, but she never learns, and it's oh my God, it's disgusting. But I don't know
Little
why
kitty
she does
farts.
that.
You're gonna get pink eye from cat farts.
I know. But
I'm sure there's an explanation of why, but I don't know what it is. It
Yeah,
could
it's
be
weird.
for me. It could be like I got some stank breath or something. The cat might be like, "Fuck you! I'm turning this way, and you can smell my butthole." Which is
Right.
technically from their perspective, if I'm right, then it's not about like their butthole being in your face. It's about them not smelling your breath because they have super scent compared to us.
no, I don't know. But she always has to be around me. So if I turn my head, like, okay, if I roll across my bed to turn my face like the other way, then she will go across the bed and then, be on my face again. Not be on my face, but be like the way my face is turned. And then she'll like, I don't know. I always have to put my face like a,
All my cats always had to sleep between my legs. Like anytime
I
I
don't know why
laid
she
on
does
my
that.
back and my legs are in a V, and then they
It's
had to
pretty
always lay
common
there.
for me too. I think it's a comfortable area for them, and they've got heat on both sides of your legs.
Warm.
I think it's just comfortable.
And then they use your junk as a pillow, basically.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know. She annoys me.
My big cat likes to sleep on me, and it's annoying because he's too heavy. Like I can't even breathe. So I'm like, dude, get off. Get
That
That's
would
when
off.
drive me fucking up the
You're gonna
wall.
roll over and sleep on your stomach when they do that.
I've done
Then
that
they'll lay
before.
on your back.
One of those Maine cats. Is it Maine Coon cats?
Yeah,
Oh,
Maine Coon.
the Maine
They're
Coon?
so awesome. I haven't fostered one of them.
Unbelievable.
Do you have one of those, Mom?
No. No, we don't have them here.
I wish I had one. They're so awesome.
So
They're
so
Norwegians,
large.
I think. I think it's from Norwegian area.
Yeah.
I think they have larger paws, which is cute, and then they have that bushy ass tail. They're so
Oh,
awesome.
they're huge. They're just
Yes.
massive all around.
Mhm.
Yes, they are. They're pretty cats.
I think all cats are pretty, but they're extra pretty. Well, no,
Mhm.
I'll say aesthetically, I still love them because I like all animals, but the fucking bald ones, they're just so weird. Like, it's. I know it's just emotion. That's all it is, but it's hard to fight it. It's not
My
the same.
favorite My favorite animal still is the rhino. Like the rhino has always been it's just so powerful of an animal.
That's why, because of its power.
It's unmatched. There's nothing it can tangle with a rhino and win.
I
And
watched
they're so quiet, and they're actually pretty docile most of the time, and they're very sweet animals.
They're chill. Just hey, don't fuck with me. That's basically all they're saying.
But I'm
and
just
if you
saying,
do,
most of
you're
the
gonna get
time they're
fucked up.
very docile.
Yep. Their hide is so thick. It's not walrus thick, but I mean it's thick hide. You ain't doing anything to them.
I got on a kick recently about watching videos about animal versus animal and animal versus human. Like the last one was a gorilla versus 100 warriors or something, but not with guns. I didn't watch it, but I've been on a kick of it before. It's really interesting.
I've seen
If
a
I
couple of
remember
those.
it, there's a guy going through like a safari in this little tiny car, and he pissed off a rhino, and it just starts rolling the little car around all through the park.
Like a football.
Yep. Like it was nothing. Just bouncing this little car all over the place.
And these are the points I make when people act like humans are superior or like more important. I'm like, it's arbitrary that you're choosing. Like you usually are using intelligence, which in that case it would be true at least in most regards.
Oh god,
But
people are fucking idiots.
but that's just one thing, and that doesn't mean you're factually better because of that. Like we're not stronger than all animals. We're not faster than all animals. Like
Guns made us
We just-
ignorant.
We're not
have
strong. We're
weapons.
not fast.
We just have like a little bit more. Yeah, we have weapons. That's it.
Yep. Guns, tools. Tools are what set us apart from the animals.
Yeah, tools.
The spear. I mean, the spear goes back. We've used the spear longer and for more things. Like people think of the sword through the medieval ages and the Bronze Age and shit. They didn't use the sword. Sword was mostly ceremonial. They
it's
used
mainly
the
a
spear.
Hollywood thing. Like they actually were impractical against most opponents.
They were too
Yep.
fucking heavy.
Well, they weren't long enough. You wanted your blade on the longest freaking thing away from you, so that way you're holding on to the end of the pike, and then the point was like 12 feet away from you, and you poke that into people. That's why they had the phalanx. The phalanx was the first really major military formation.
Mm-hmm.
They all aligned with their long spears and their shields, and then they marched in a formation. That way, anybody came at them had to go through a wall of spears.
Did they originally create that to combat cavalry, or is that just?
No, that predated cavalry actually.
Oh, I didn't know
I mean,
that.
cavalry didn't come around more until, I mean, that was the late Roman period when cavalry was more a thing. the Huns and such from the
Really?
steppes.
I would think that like we've had horses forever. Why haven't we used them as
Well,
like?
the horses, there's a lot, like they were from the steppe people. So the horses come from the steppes. So up southern like Russia, the Baltic area, Black Sea.
So
Um,
at least for them, wouldn't they have used them for a long, long time?
Well, see, now Greek mythology, they tell us they were centaurs. The first cavalrymen were
Hmm.
centaurs, men on horses, man horses.
Because they didn't understand it.
And they were archers. They were known archers.
That's
Well, see,
mythology.
well, exactly. The Huns, the people of the nomadic people of the plains, they moved around. So wherever the game went, wherever they could loot things. So every once in a while, when they were close to the Greek city states, they would come down, raid them, and then run off with loot. And people would only have tales to tell of them, and they probably came at night, so they never could actually see who they were. And these are magical horse people.
And it makes sense because in that context, you haven't seen anything like it before. And we're pattern seeking animal. I mean, we're pattern seeking. We try to fill in the blanks in our brain. We try to like,
Exactly.
what was that?
Yep. And just like when they found the first skulls of elephants, they thought Cyclops. That's where the stories of Cyclopses came from. It's just elephant skulls from Turkey.
Really? I didn't know that. There's a lot about history I don't know about.
But yeah, so the horses really didn't become widespread. Like the Romans, they didn't really have a cavalry until the later periods, and the most of the cavalry they used was mercenary cavalry. They hire other people to come in and be their cavalry, like the Huns. Attila of the Huns, his whole story was he was a cavalry for the Romans, and after so long, he learned all their tactics, and then rallied his people behind him, and then sacked Rome itself using the Romans' tactics.
Oh yeah, I just recently was learning about that. I only know like little pockets. Like I'll follow one specific, like Hannibal or something, and then learn about him and his war tactics. But I don't know much about the whole big picture of history.
Yeah, the big change was the Marius Reformation when he set up like standards. Like before the Marius Reformation, like the standard square shield, seeing the Lordica segmenta, the plates of segmented plates going up and down his armor, those didn't come into place till then, and that was around. It was in more later period. I'm not exactly sure the exact date, but before that, it was just all chainmail, kind of bring your own helmet and stuff like that. They weren't very uniform. So a lot of the Hollywood stuff you see, that's not how the Roman army dressed. It was a lot of chainmail. No saddles. They didn't really have bowmen either. They had Pelia throwers. That was javelin throwers. That's why you have that kind of the javelin and Olympic sports and stuff. Spear throwing.
Wasn't like what are they, slingshots a thing for a period?
Slingers. Yep, that was
Slingers.
big more in the Greeks. Yeah, the Greeks had a bunch of slingers. Yep. I can't think. I can't remember the actual name, the Latin name for horseman.
All right, y'all. I have to actually like move tomorrow.
Move.
No, I've got to move to a different home, which sucks. What I
I
mean,
hate
it
moving.
doesn't suck,
Yeah, I hate moving. It sucks.
but it's not fun. So
That's true.
Are you in an empty house now? So you moved everything and now you just gotta do the final move?
I'm in a full home right now. So the movers are coming tomorrow around like 10, and then I don't know exactly how to do it, but
Well, remember, pick up all your dildos and sex toys and put those in a bag and take those with you so they don't pack those things for you.
I've already got those packed, and
You just don't want to mistakenly open a drawer like when you're helping your sister move and then you find her giant freaking dildo on her nightstand and you're just like, I don't want to help you move anything else because I don't want to find any more surprises.
Gadwin, we are way too similar. I was almost going to ask the same question. It was just slightly. Mine was, Melody, before they get there, how many phallic-shaped cylindrical objects are in your home? Which is pretty close.
Enough. I have enough.
She does
Yeah,
seem like a kinky person. Like she likes her.
I'm not. I don't have just one. I've got enough.
I'm
So
sure you have a couple double-headed dildos and everything else.
no, I don't like those actually. No, I don't like those rabbit thingies where it's like two like on in one contraption. Those are kind of weird. I have like one on each end, so I have them like. Okay, I'm not going to explain.
They're going on all kinds of details about the dildos and everything.
She's like, and if you go midway down the shaft, there's little bumps. They're ridges.
No, no, not quite.
Textures for her pleasure.
Actually, okay, yeah, no, one of them. Well, and then I've got one where I can like curve it myself. So, or actually, no, it just
Ooh.
like curves it. It just curves
Glass
like
one.
along with your body. So yeah, so and then yeah, vibration is always good. Yeah, for sure. I like that kind of stuff.
Nothing
So,
wrong with it.
no,
See,
there's
see, well, now what you describe is no different than fapping. It's just the female version of it.
And it's quicker.
And yeah, that's true.
Less
not
Well, I
money.
don't know. I don't know. There's pros and cons because women
No,
can
that's not true.
you can do it numerous times. You can have multiple orgasms. For a dude, usually that's not going to happen. You like have one and you're
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, you do that stupid cum face where you're like,
It's
and
actually,
then
it's actually
you roll over and go to sleep.
it's not quicker for a woman. That's not true. I mean,
It
I
all
guess
depends,
it
really.
could be.
I think it depends. It
It
depends on the woman.
person.
I mean, if you
Yeah.
can get that right thing going right away and you're just like bam, 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 and you're in the mood, man, you just power it out, done, go to sleep.
Yeah, I think that's boring. Maybe I
But
sound
now,
like somebody else on the panel.
well, now this comes from my many years because when I was growing up, Hustler and all this shit was still a big thing. I
Mhm.
remember going to my one grandfather's shed and we found a whole box full of porn, and we like loaded our. We went back with our backpacks and we each loaded our backpacks full of fucking porn and took that home. And I've seen porn since like 8 or 12. So I mean, it's getting to the point where it's like, all right, come on, we gotta wrap this up. We gotta go to sleep here at some point. You just there's nothing in it anymore. It's just like this bland.
I think it depends. It depends on your partner for one. It depends on how often you mix shit up. It depends on your level of communication because some people feel like talk is like off limits or it's awkward. I think people need to just, especially if it's your significant other, you need to talk about it and be okay with say, hey, this is my kink. This is
hell no. I
let's
won't
talk
be with
about it.
somebody if I don't talk about it. Then fuck you. I'm out.
Right.
I had a very
I'm done.
exploratory one. So I mean, I've had many
Mhm.
different.
And only edging.
I think it depends.
yeah.
It just depends on your partner. Like I've been in relationships where it just got so
Well,
boring.
some are
and-
very reclusive,
training.
like they're afraid to talk about anything, and then
Yeah,
some
that's
of
what
them
I
get
mean.
mad because you don't do things, but it's like you don't say anything. So how am I
Yes.
supposed?
And that's what I mean when I say communication's important. You have to be
Yes.
open about shit.
Absolutely.
It matters.
You do. Because everybody is different. Everybody is different. So you have to find out what somebody likes, somebody else may not like. So you got to find out like what's going on.
And now
If
nobody
you
really
don't,
wants to
then
waste the
it's
time.
boring.
I'm weird. Like no one's gonna automatically know that I can't get off unless you take like fucking like needles or like like a basketball needle that's used to like pump up a basketball. I have to have those stabbed into my abdomen while they're riding me, or I can't get off.
Oh my God, you're fucking crazy.
It's not crazy. It's normal.
I know, but I know you're just kidding.
And then at the same time, he has clown shoes.
It's
one
hard.
with
It's
the red
hard to
nose.
know. It's hard to know. I've got such weird shit. For all you know, I've said weird shit in the past, and you thought it was crazy, but it was actually me just telling the truth.
I've sat here and watched you get up, go over in your bed, and lay down and fat while we were sitting here debating.
Jesus Christ.
What's not true, Brandon? Like when it comes to text, it's hard to know and follow with our conversation here, so I don't know exactly what that was
Yeah, because
referring to.
we're like 10 seconds ahead of what anything.
Well, there's that, and it takes longer to type than it does to talk anyway, so it's kind of hard. Not to mention,
How did me moving like turn into like fucking?
yeah, that's because Gadwin and I
Dildo.
both Gadwin and I both automatically
But
thought,
it's like dildo talk, and you guys are asking like about me moving my
yes,
dildos.
because you moving for whatever reason made both Gadwin and I go sexual. But Gadwin went dildo, I went phallic shaped cylindrical objects, and it just shot in that direction. But by the way, if you meant you've got shit to do, so you got to go, it's all good.
I do.
Yeah, she got to pack her dildos now.
No,
Take-
I've already done that. Yeah, I know where they are.
Her
I
big
don't
box
know
of
exactly
porn
where they are.
somewhere.
No, I know they're. I know where they are, kind of, but I've packed them to where nothing is going to be destroyed.
There's
Okay,
one guy
guys.
behind it, it's gonna be like, holy cow, look at this lady's huge box of porn. It's just gonna be all kinds of
Well,
take it easy, Melody.
Fine. All right, y'all. Have a good evening.
You too.
No, no.
Make sure to wrap your butt plugs in paper.
Good night.
Bye.
Inserts the needle in his urethra to inflate his bladder. Hold on, this is actually. I have no shame. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. When I was younger, I did have a thing. I don't remember what it was, but it was some sort of a long, like, needle type thing. It wasn't an actual needle, and I would put it down in my fucking pee hole, and it felt good. And
What?
I don't know why the fuck I thought that would be hot, or why I would even attempt it in the first place. But I used to do that when I was younger.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't
we've all done
know.
a lot of things.
I'm just glad I didn't catch a fucking disease or some shit.
I remember
Or
when I
like-
was young, I was probably like 13. We had this lady living at our house, and she had a thing of hair gel, and I was just sticking my dick in everything. I took her hair gel and stuck my dick in it. Well, the hole didn't fill back in; it just had an imprint of my dick going through it. And then
That's hilarious.
she found it, and then gave me an evil look whenever she saw me.
I did go through a lot of like experimentation with like types of shampoo.
Oh yeah, it
and-
burns like hell. This lady's
Yes,
shampoo.
yes, it does. You're right. But like I've tried all sorts of shit like that. That's just my nature. I don't care.
Exploratory.
Yeah. It makes things interesting, and you never know. You might stumble across something that sounds crazy, but it's like the best thing ever.
Well, man, back then when we grew up in the 90s, I mean, we didn't have the internet. I mean, we just a lot of bored time to just get into dumb shit.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Well, a lot
Now
of this
they-
goes back to boredom. Like you don't know what to do, or you're kind of bored at the time, and you're like, you know what? What you naturally want like pleasure to fill the boredom. By the way, this can become a bad thing if you go too far with it, but like that's normal.
Yep, go stick your dick in hair gel for something to do.
Or it's just experimentation. Like the idea, it don't even have to be sexual. The idea of experimentation for me is a cure for boredom.
I was
Sometimes
always getting
there's
in trouble.
for what?
Just getting in the shit because I get bored. So I just
Yeah.
go rooting through shit.
Well, for me, if it's something that I hate or like my brain thinks of it as a chore, sometimes just framing it as an experiment will automatically turn it around and I will actually enjoy it. I don't know why that's how my brain works. Like
I
If I-
turned work into a game.
I do that too. That
My
works.
grandmother always told me to turn things into a game. Makes it go by quicker.
That works well. Or what I used to do when I was a stalker, instead of looking at it as work, I would look at it as aerobic exercise or cardio.
Yep.
I would think of it as like, dude, I'm getting a workout, and I would kick ass, and I wouldn't be in a shit mood. It like solved almost every problem, and my boss would come over and think I'm pissed off, and he'd be like, I almost said my name. He'd be like, dude, what's wrong, man? You were like freaking going through it like you're in a blur. You're moving stuff, and I'm like, dude, it's like I've changed it into like a workout. And he's like, okay, I thought you were pissed off and you were about to like kill somebody or something. And I'm like, no. And that happens a lot with me. People think I'm angry, but I'm really just into it. I'm like in the zone, so to speak.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I want to recreate that. I've wanted to turn it into a science so I can understand how to get in the flow, the zone, whatever you want to call it.
I like
it's
thinking
almost
this
impossible.
Of seeing how
Most
fast
people
I
do.
can go. So I just go as fast as I can, just keep getting better and better, just going as fast as I possibly can.
That's what I
without-
do. And it becomes a
Fair.
personal challenge. And people will like be like, why do you think you have to be the best at it? And I'm like, it's not about me being better than you. It's about me being better than I was before. That's it.
Me, it really comes down to rationing energy. So I gotta be able to
Efficiency.
ration exactly. So I gotta make sure I can ration my energy to go through an 8-hour period and keep that same speed or whatever I'm trying to set.
I agree with that, but what I learned, and this might just be me, over time I learned that it's arbitrary. Like the 8-hour workday, it used to be 12 hours. Hell, it's like 14 hours in like China and shit. Like it's not like a objective thing. That's kind of how I thought of it. So once I started just pushing my limits, you would eventually get endurance that would make it to where it doesn't matter anymore. Like if you just push your limits, and I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, I'm always at my peak, like skids. Every time I use skids, I use one hand only and lift them like it's a barbell almost. Like I'm
Right.
just always like trying to push things to where I'm getting a
Yes.
good workout.
So it depends on the job, but my overall point is theoretically, assuming the 8 hours doesn't even matter, you could just fucking kill your old records and not even think of like, do I need to make this last 8 hours? It depends on the job, but if it's just like cardio, that's very feasible. You could do it for 10 hours and like kill it the whole time, and it's possible.
Oh yeah,
But
well,
I
if
don't
you're
know
building
about
up to that
lifting
point.
heavy shit. I don't know if you could do that.
Yeah, see, like for me, it's always just building yourself up till it becomes like you're doing nothing again, and then start pushing yourself more because you normalize to that work. So now you got to push harder for more gain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true. So it really depends on what you're doing. You have to set up like a system for specifically what you do, and of course that's going to change person to person.
Well,
And
and mine changes constantly throughout the day. So like every break we rotate. So I could take up a different position after each break and stuff like
I
that.
would see that as a positive thing because one, it's not being the same old shit all the
It's
time.
not repetitive, yeah.
Yes, and two, I get to use that experimental way of thinking and turning it into efficiency with each of those. So you're constantly like building yourself into like the best version of yourself for each activity.
Yep, and each one's a little different too. So I mean, some of them you're dealing with really light weights, and then the next you're going heavyweight, and then it's a whole different motion
Yeah,
altogether.
that's true, Brandon. In fact, I've pointed that out numerous times, and of course, dumbasses will be like, "Dude, you're small. What do you know about
You
weightlifting?" And I'm like, "It
you
has
lift
nothing to do with it."
so like on our one line, it's nothing but like 3-inch wide boards that are like 12-foot long, nonstop, just coming down,
Mhm.
and that's all you're doing is grabbing 12-foot long board one after another after another. Now here's where it gets different is so if it's oak or hickory, those sons of bitches are heavy.
Yeah,
If you take two at a time, oh boy, after you feel a day of workout doing that.
I
But if it's
bet.
like maple or something light, then you don't really feel it.
Right.
But then the next one you go up to say like your edge pulling. So edge pulling is taking the boards after they go through a sawmill. It cuts the rough edges off the edges, the
Hmm.
sides. So you're just making sure to grab those and then throw those into a chipper. So then it's kind of
Hmm.
like a reverse bowling motion where you're grabbing them and then throwing backward behind you. So it's that arm, back of your arm, your tricep, and your shoulder workout.
And you're doing that for a long period of time.
In between breaks. So
Okay.
first break and then well you have your start time to first break to lunch and then lunch the last break and then last
But
break.
during that, you're generally doing that one activity the whole time outside of the
Yep.
breaks. Oh,
Yep.
damn.
Well, yeah, in between those breaks you just go to different spots.
Interesting.
Just rotate.
Assuming, Brandon, you're talking about building muscle, then you're absolutely right. In fact, the evidence, they've actually studied this, and that's why I like studies because it makes things more objective. You don't have to rely on personal experience. They've shown muscle grows at the same rate if you use lightweight, as long as you're damaging the muscle, that's all that matters. Like whether you use heavyweight or not is absolutely irrelevant. It does take longer if you use lighter weight, but all
Yep.
that matters is the amount you damage the muscle and it rebuilds itself stronger. That's all that matters.
Yeah, so actually that's I notice a lot of times every part of my body that I've damaged, it actually gets stronger.
Mm-hmm. That's all muscle building is you
Well,
You
even
damage the
areas
muscle fiber, and then it comes back stronger.
what like my right ankle, I've rolled my right ankle bad. My right
Mm.
ankle is double the size of my left ankle.
You mean it was or it is?
It is now. It's been that way for
Damn.
almost 20 years now. It's like I rolled it so hard that it knew that it needed to reinforce. I don't twist my right ankle anymore because it reinforced itself so much that I
Damn.
can't twist it.
I
But
didn't
my
even
left
know that
ankle
was
is
possible.
like any part of my body that I've ruptured badly, it's come back stronger and like better.
I should try that with my willy.
You should.
Like I've noticed this one. Like a lot of people, you hit your funny bone, it hits that nerve, and it gives a natural response to your brain that you broke your arm. I've hit my elbow because of working in tight spaces around like doing fencing and shit. I've hit my
Mhm.
funny bone so many times that I don't get that response at all. It's like my elbows are just like toughened up.
Have
Damn.
you ever tried being more careful?
I got my elbows, man. If I elbow somebody, I could drop somebody. They have like points almost on them now.
Elbows are already like one of the most powerful. I mean, you know that you can deliver more force because it's the shorter point.
Yeah.
But yeah. Knees and elbows are the most powerful things on the human body, at least if it comes to being unarmed.
Unless you blow out your hamstring like somebody.
Like Muay Thai? Getting
Yeah,
kneed by a Muay Thai guy, you're not getting up.
Muay Thai is freaking crazy.
in the picture I showed in Discord, I blew my hamstring out.
Damn. I haven't been injured very much personally. Usually, the times I have been injured is me being stupid, like lifting weights or something. It wasn't like work.
I had my arms full of shit, and I tried stepping up on a platform, and my hamstring gave out, and boom, I just went down on it.
Damn.
I gimped myself. Just see me mowing the yard today.
I got a few scars as usual, but I got spiked when I was running because there was like running around, track running.
Mhm.
And we were in a race, and the guy was sponsored, so he was going places, and the sponsors were there. But I knew I could beat him, so I overtook him, then dropped back a bit. I was going to overtake him on the last bend. And as we got to the last bend, put his foot back and ran his spikes down me. In them days, the spikes were like 3-inch nails. That was the end of that done me. So I walked after that.
That's freaking crazy.
Yeah, it happened a lot. My father had exactly the same thing. It still happens. You know, if the guy's got the money behind him, you're not winning. You might win today, you will win tomorrow.
Can't fight the powers that be.
Yeah, it's the usual stuff.
I'll try. I don't care.
Nothing new.
I'll always try to fight those bastards, even if I know I'm going to lose.
I thought I could fight the world for a while.
I'll probably end up getting buried, but I'll still try. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's a principle to me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I won't be put down. Yeah, I can't do that.
I'm all about justice.
I bend the knee to no man.
You're what?
I bend a knee to no man.
Exactly. And for me, well, I say I can't be bought, but I did say that I would lick a butthole for $10,000. So I have to explain.
I was comprehending that. I was like, is he materialistic now?
Well, no, that's why I have to explain the difference here. So it's not that I don't value money, because that would just be dumb. I need it to survive. It's the way the system works, regardless of whether I agree with it. So my point is, I won't bend on my principles for money. And licking a butthole is not against my principles. It's just gross. So if you're going to pay me enough for me, and that's subjective, then I'll let that. It's not a principle. It's not an unbending thing that like will never change. It's not like me hurting an innocent person, right? That's why it's different, at least in my view.
You were talking about working earlier and making it fun on a similar vein now, because it's work, you got to do this job, you know. I have never done a job for more than 2 weeks if I didn't enjoy it. That's why I'm broke.
Really?
Never.
I
No,
know a lot of people that have
I
that.
refuse.
So
If
it
it's
go.
not fun, I'm gone.
I can understand that. I
Money
have
doesn't come
not.
into it.
I have not had that, and I kind of wish I had. So I had, and I think a lot of people are like this. I had the fear of the unknown, and I'm like, well, at least I have a job, and it kind of it wasn't fun, but what I told myself was it doesn't matter what I do. Once I do it for a while, it's going to suck. So, I mean, that's kind of how I looked at it. But I don't think there is a wrong way. There's pros and cons on both. Like if you stay at a place for a long period of time, it tends to look better on a resume. However, you could also make a case that being good at numerous things and having a lot of jobs could make you look good as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I've had a lot of jobs.
I
Most
had
of
big
them
gaps.
menial, you know. Most of them menial. Just sweeping the floor and a carpentry shop, you know, that kind of thing. Lots of them. Yeah. You don't make money there. If you're after money, I just don't think that way. I'm just not very good at it.
Right.
I,
Well, I don't care about money. Well, I care about money insofar as I have to have it to survive. I don't care about
Yeah.
money after that. So
Yeah.
it's not like the world to me, like it tends to be for every fucking person I live around.
if I have my needs met, I'm satisfied usually. So if I can go
Exactly.
buy food and nicotine or whatever,
Yes. So
Yeah.
I will say that it's tricky because there are things that I do that isn't absolutely necessary, but my threshold for happiness past basic needs is lower than your average person. Like I
yeah,
get
mine.
my pipe tobacco, a beer every once in a while. I don't even drink that often. And like that's like luxury for me and I'm happy. That's all I need. And that don't cost that much. So I'm good. And I think people would be better off if they tend to view things this way because the treadmill of materialism never ends. You compare yourself to the next, the next, the next. You want the
Stress.
next fucking most expensive thing. It never ends and you'll never ever be satisfied.
In my
Stress.
20s, I
That's
did
stress.
that. Keeping up with the Joneses, tried to, but I saw
No,
it as
I've
futile.
never thought
I've
that
never done
way.
that. No, I've
Well,
never
like,
done that.
well, it's futile for sure, but like even if it wasn't, even if you could win, it won't make you happy. It's a temporary thing. It's not joy. It's not
But
it
I
just
saw
it,
so like people buying big houses or people buying these cars, and it was them just to show off that they had
yeah,
these things.
yes, that's
Where
true.
I finally like realized, well, I don't want these things to be showing off. I don't want to be prideful or you fool myself
Well,
or
here's a thing on the flip side of that, right? I still feel the same way. But on the flip side, as I got older and I met my missus and we moved into this house, never had a house before, all of a sudden, I'm thinking the other way now. Perhaps I should have done all the make the money earlier and
Yes.
not had, you know,
Well, I think that now sometimes. So
can't look forward too far, you know.
I'm stubborn in that I've kind of made my decision, but and Rash kind of pointed this out before. Like you might change your mind once you get older, and that's possible. In fact, I would say it's likely. Um, so there's two ways of looking. Like you can focus on the now so that your future is better, but then you also have you may not even be here tomorrow. So like enjoy life now and don't be so worried.
well, and how I kind of look at it is money is not necessarily guaranteed. If we look at the bond market right now, like the US dollar is collapsing into nothing. We could wake up tomorrow and all the savings that you worked hard for all your life just
Mhm.
vanishes into nothing.
That is true. So
And
it really we can't see the future, but I will say this. If their entire motive for saving a bunch of money and worrying about money is taking care of their family later, taking care of themselves when they retire, that's not stupid. Like if things stay relatively stable, that's smart. But
I,
we don't
I,
know that things will stay stable.
so I guess on video games, a lot of times, like I've always run the margin, so I tend to spend as much as I'm bringing in as an income. So I run
Mhm.
it basically a margin where I'm barely in the positive, and I reinvest everything back into everything. And then eventually you make so much from all your investments that you have so much that you don't even know what to do with.
Yes.
Which I wish I'd done that more in life. But
Yes.
video games have been a great tool to teach me a lot of the things that I didn't have a mentor basically to teach me. As if I had the knowledge that I had now and take that back to my younger self, I would be a completely different person than I am now.
I think everybody would say that to some extent or another. It's
Well,
just the nature of it's how it works.
there's some people like my sister that are just completely stupid that
That's true.
they know all the
I
same
would
mistakes.
say, okay, everyone who isn't a retard.
Like that's the thing too, is I look at some of my family members and like I came from them. They're like retarded motherfuckers, like most of them. Like,
Well, I looked up my family tree and most of them are still in it. To Brandon's point, no, Brandon, not for my missus. No, she's like me, but I just give her everything anyway.
me,
it means
I'm
nothing to me.
39. 39. My boss was shocked the other day because he thought I was pulling his leg about my leg. He thought I just wanted to get out of working. And I was like, I'm just getting old. And he's like, you're not that old. I'm like, I'm 39, almost 40. And he's like, well, try being 61. I'm like,
I would make the point that we have very, very different jobs, my dude.
well, he did 26 years of military service, so he's actually pretty good shape.
Well, shit, then it wouldn't work for him.
No.
It's normally a valid point though, because anytime, like, I remember one time I made a point to my boss who I was talking to, and his boss was there, and I was talking about how I felt that anyone who spends 40 hours a week doing something shouldn't hate it, or if they are, they're doing something wrong. And that was just me a long time ago. And the snarky bastard, was like, what's 40 hours a week? And even his boss was like, yeah, what's 40 hours a week? Because he was pointing out that he works like 60, 70. And it just pisses me off because, like, dude, I could easily handle that if my job was sitting at a fucking desk and crossing my arms all day. Like, it's night and day. That's not a valid comparison.
Well, that comes
Try that with another rig.
The energy I can't say the goddamn word now.
Conservation.
Yes. Where like if you did nothing all day, it's not hard to spend all day at work. But
well, it sucks psychologically, but it's not physically demanding.
There's some people that just love it. They hate their life at home so much that
That's
their
true.
work is their life.
Yeah, some people like use work that they run in, that like that's their thing that they escape
Their identity.
with. Yeah, that's true. But still, my point still stands. You can't make a valid comparison between those things. When I worked 40 hours a week, I was a grocery manager, but like I worked my ass off because I wanted to be the leader that the guys looked up to, and it worked because they knew I wasn't going to tell them to do shit I wouldn't do, and they knew that I was going to challenge them and be like, do what I do. And if you can keep up with me, this whole team rocks. And I had that dynamic and it worked. And we had like the best damn crew in the state that I was aware of. And yeah, but then it really pisses me off when like some manager that just fucking does nothing except telling people what to do all day is like trying to act like my 40 hours a week is like nothing because he's just using hours only as his metric.
This world's full of morons. That's why a lot of it, I just don't care anymore because you're going to go through life, work your ass off, just get undermined by some fucking idiot who got there by chance.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times that's the case. And that's why I always say we got to get rid of this. We got to dispel this notion, at least here in the United States, probably elsewhere too, that everything is based on merit, because that's bullshit. We discount luck. We discount, and when I say luck, I mean like you happen to be born into a wealthy family, whatever. You discount whether or not you knew someone who helped you get a job, and those things play a massive role. It's not true that we live in this society where the hardest workers make the most money. That's bullshit because it's the other way around.
Has been for a long time.
Yeah, but what gets me is that it's obvious that that is the case, and it has been for a long time. But they've like brainwashed people into thinking the opposite.
Well, it's kind of like the brainwashing of pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go back to the origins of how that was, like say I was going to jump across the river that you knew I couldn't jump across. You'd be like,
Mhm.
yeah, that's like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. You knew it was an impossible thing to do. But the rich started telling the poor here this, and they think, oh, if I can do this and become rich like them, like I don't know how they
The whole
misunderstood it.
the whole tactic, in my opinion, is misdirection. So they don't want you to think in terms of class consciousness. They don't want you to think in terms of what the actual problem is, which is wealthy people taking far more than their fair share. That's the issue that causes a vast majority of our problems. They want you to shift it to be about personal responsibility. They want you to think that everything that happens to you in your life is a result of your choices, and that's it. And if you're poor, it's because you're stupid, you didn't work hard enough, etc. That's a misdirection technique, and it works
That's how my
well.
family tried to do it with me.
Yes.
It
Like my
works.
cousin. The reason I have more is because I work harder. It's like, no, you have more because you were born into the right family. You were born
Yep.
to my uncle, and
But
that's why you
that's the
get way more.
problem. You can't get them to see it because they want to believe that they, like, even though that's factually true, they discount that and they make it like, well, I've earned everything that I've done. And
Yeah,
like,
like before he started doing bids and all that stuff, him and I came in. I'd actually be there before him. I'd be the first one there every day. I clocked in, or I didn't clock in. That was start time.
mhm,
And I would be there, do the exact same job as him the whole day. He'd get paid 100K a year. I get paid 30.
fuck that. See, oh God. So I've already disillusioned with the system. If I had your experience, I would be like a radical extremist.
And that's why I'd go off on him in the truck and shit like that. And to him, he couldn't see the errors in it. To him, all rich people are smart. That
Exactly. So they make up shit in there. I think what it is people don't want to admit, even to themselves subconsciously, that they're bad, that they are in some way not deserving of what they get. So they make like mental gymnastics to explain, and the easiest thing to do is to do something that's not easily like proven wrong, which is I work harder, I'm smarter, I whatever went through all this shit, and it's just not true. But they all tell themselves that because they don't want to feel
Mhm.
like they're pieces of shit.
Yeah, victim mentality. And they're super Christians too, which is a very victim mentality religion.
Yes, and that well they'll use that too if it benefits them. They'll like use the Christian victim mentality. Like for instance, right now to get their way, like they're trying to like Trump's trying to push anti-Christian bias. There is no anti-Christian bias. There's Christian supremacy in this country. But he's trying to push that and the victim narrative to get things that he wants. It's sort of the
Mhm.
same thing, just on different levels.
Well, and it's funny is every time right wingers push shit like all these networks and shit, the reason they fail is because nobody actually watches them.
Say that again. They fail
Like
what? Because
nobody watches them. So like when Glenn Beck did his whole network and everything like that, that just
mm-hmm.
doesn't have the viewer base to actually fund the damn thing. They're just wasteful uses of time mostly.
Yeah, I can see that. Rash, I'll go even further. Just like I said with Gadwin, if you made good money, but it was 10% of what American, I would be pissed at that too. It doesn't even have to be limited to the nation. It's more egregious if it's in the same nation because there's no fucking excuse for it.
I'd
But
have walked.
I would have too. I'd fuck that.
Wouldn't have flinched. I'm out of there.
And I make that same case, by the way, because a lot of the reason why we became the superpower that we maybe, I don't know if we still are, but we were a superpower in the first place because of globalism, taking advantage of weaker countries, like taking their resources, paying off their fucking leaders, all that. That's what made us powerful. And it's fucked. I'm an American, but I don't think it's okay. I think that the whole fucking world, it's not about like I'm a collectivist and I'm like the United States is better. That's not true. like it should be a fair deal for everyone. We should give, like, it all started with, I'm sure Gadwin knows more about this, but the banana war shit. Pay the fucking farmers that pick the bananas fairly, roughly the same wage that we would pay here for anyone doing that similar job. Everybody's happy. They have a better economy and they don't get fucked like is what actually happened. Then everybody wins. You don't have to fucking like fuck people, but that seems to be America's way.
The biggest thing is like CEO pay has gone from like, so you take your average worker's pay, what they made in the 1950s, the CEO made like 50 times that much.
Yeah.
Now CEOs are making 5,000 times as much as their lowest employees.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but when they run the company into the ground and ruin it, and everybody loses their job, they only get 4 million severance pay.
Yeah,
Go on
or
holiday
20
with.
million.
I think
Yeah,
that's
they get
bad for them. They must feel bad when you get
that's
in
the
there.
biggest
You know?
problem. It's shareholders and all this stock dividend bullshit. They get these huge stock piles of money.
Buybacks.
Yeah, the buybacks, the money from the government, and all they do is invest it in their own stocks, give themselves a shitload of stocks. They pay no taxes on those stocks, and then banks give them interest-free loans on their stocks that they own, and then they buy whatever the hell they want.
And it should be illegal, but it's not.
I've never understood a company going down and these top exec type guys. I mean,
Well,
in a
it's
week's
designed
time,
that way.
in a week's time, you'll be on the board of another firm.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
He also had 5 million severance from the company that just went underground.
well, see, that's how
He
it's all
buried
set up.
them.
They're
I
shell
don't
companies. So
never
one
understand.
company will own a business, and then they'll make one part of their business into a shell company, and then they'll borrow money from that shell company and put that shell company into debt, and then they'll foreclose the shell company, liquidate it, and then take all the money from that and put it into their other company, and
It's
then
like
give themselves huge bonuses.
Yeah, it's like a company version of a rug pull scheme. It's like that's what it is essentially.
Yeah.
And they get subsidized for losses.
Yeah.
Trump tax cuts from the 2017.
Well, that's why I think that dude that I was talking about earlier, the Muslim guy, is right, at least in this. What's going to happen is they're going to offer tax deductions, or at least they're going to subsidize large companies that are dealing with tariff shit, but not lower ones. And they're going to like come out fucking like kings because we're going to get double taxed. We're going to get taxed. I mean, we're going to get the tariffs themselves are going to bring prices up, which is going to fuck us. And then we're going to pay for the companies to get fucking held afloat.
We're not going to get that far.
You don't think so?
It's going to come. I give us to probably August.
And what do you think will happen? He'll back down because there's too much pressure against him?
Well, they're already putting impeachment in place, so I'm thinking they're going to rip him out of office, and then we're going to have Vance, which is he's a dumbass.
I wish that were the case, but history they impeached him before and they didn't take him out of office. Like, I don't know.
Yep.
I wish that happened.
Because you have so many Republicans that are insider traders that are losing their ass on a lot of stuff that are.
Mm-hmm.
They're more.
So are the tariff things? Is this real, or is it bully tactics?
Well, the thing is, they're mostly executive orders, and that means they're bullshit. So if they don't pass through the Senate and the Congress and then to the president's desk, they're not actually laws.
Right.
So all this executive order stuff is just hogwash mostly.
No, I just wondered, 250% tariff, and I just wondered if it was just bully tactics. I didn't know.
It's worrying though, because I just seen him locking up like judge. He went after a judge, had a judge that he didn't like locked up. He just had some different other Democrat mayors and stuff locked up that he didn't like. So now he's locking up his political opponents, which is Hitler-esque.
That's huge. People.
That should be the end of it.
Yes, people always because I go over shit, especially all the time about Trump. This is what worries me about this whole phenomenon. There's so much crazy shit happening every fucking day, and it's actually serious problems. we get to a point where it's just Trump. It's normal. It's like if Biden or Obama did one of the crazy fucking things that Trump's done like 50 of already in like 100 days, it would be over for them. But not Trump. And it's because of what I'm describing, at least part of it. I think
It's like,
he's doing it on purpose, and it's like this blitzkrieg of fucking crazy shit, and like everyone's just so used to it that there's no outrage, and that's a problem.
It's like a scale, isn't it? Where you sort of accept that it's happening. I can't remember what the scale is, but you kind of accept that it's happening without saying anything, and it gets worse. And then it becomes normalized, and blah blah blah. And so
you're right, and that's why I hate the saying "it is what it is" so much, because that's essentially well, there's nothing I can do about it, and for the most part, that is not true. It's true on an individual level, but it takes individuals to make a collective. If enough people get pissed off and say "fuck this shit," history shows it can fucking do. It can deal with way worse than Trump. It has historically. But we need that to happen. We need people to wake the fuck up and get pissed off and say, we're not putting up with this shit. And it's just, in my opinion, we're not there yet.
Not yet. We got to see more people in pain. They got to suffer.
It's unfortunate that we can't.
You've got as far as normalized, but not any further acceptance.
Well, and social media has so many people disillusioned with what's really going on. It's not even funny anymore. It's disheartening.
Walter says you're totally disregarding the value proposition. Nobody gets what they deserve, only what they have the leverage to negotiate. But that, to some extent, that's true, but it would still be the same problem in the end. Like, if all it is what you have the leverage to negotiate, my point still stands that it's not based on merit. It's based on you happen to be the son of a wealthy billionaire that can leverage more because of your status or money itself. It's still not about merit, which is the problem, in my opinion. By the way, I'm probably going to shut down in about 10, 15 minutes from now. I've been going way too long. It's like 4.5 hours at this point. I always lose track of time when I run live streams. Nothing wrong with it.
I'm getting to the point where I'm going to sleep good.
That's cool.
It's 5 a.m. here. I probably won't bother at all now.
You probably won't bother at all. Oh, you've been up for a long time?
Yeah, 5 a.m.
I can't do it. I when I was younger, I could stay up all day. Now I'm like I pass out standing up and shit. I can't do it.
See, I'm good all day long now. I'll go to bed around 9 and I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning without an alarm every morning.
Damn.
I'll go to bed. I'll go to bed now and I'll wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I always wake up between 3 and 4. Now, most of the time I'll look what time it is and be like, yeah, it's weekend. I'm going back to sleep. And then I go back to sleep till.
But it won't affect your overall like internal clock just for those 2 days or something?
Nope. I just always wake up between 3 and 4.
I wish my internal clock was that regular. If I get off track by like 1 day, it fucks me up for like a week.
Think about when you want to wake up. That's a mind trick you can teach yourself. It's weird. Like when I go to sleep, like, okay, I need up in 3 hours. Okay, I need up in 5 hours. And you just can automatically wake up.
You focus on it before you sleep or something?
Yep.
I'll give it a try. I'm kind of suspicious about it, but I'll give it a try.
I always tell myself, hey, I got to get up at these, I can take naps, tell myself to wake up in an hour. Wake up.
Damn. That's awesome.
There's some videos about it.
My missus is good at that kind of thing. Getting up for work in the morning. She set the alarm and she's up before the alarm every single time. Never needed it.
The only time my alarm goes off is when I forget to turn it off.
Weird.
I have to have an alarm. Sometimes I run too. I sleep through any damn thing.
Nope, I'll wake up and like, oh fuck, I woke up this early. God damn it. Turn the alarm off, kind of think a little bit, lay there in bed thinking, then get up, get a shower, and get ready.
I would love that reliability, that consistency. Like it's so hard for me to get like a consistent thing going.
Ah,
One little difference in my day can fuck everything up.
no, it doesn't matter what's been happening today. She'll go to bed and out like a light. Sleeps like she's got no conscience.
Yep, that's me. I was not like that when I was younger. I used to
No, I
fight
sleep
sleep
very
like
light. About every
yeah.
3 months or so, it catches up on me.
Oh, any
Yeah.
sound in the house, I'll wake up. Like if I hear anything, I'll wake up. Anything
Yeah.
outside, I'll wake up.
That's useful, but I don't know. I could see it being a bad thing too if there's like sounds around you often.
Yeah, like kids waking up at 1 in the morning to go take a piss.
That would be terrible.
You get like a fox squawking on the lawn.
What are you talking about? Trump's not locking anyone up. What is that in regard to? Have we said something about Trump locking people up recently?
Hmm.
I don't know. That don't make sense to me.
Or getting rid of the political opponents.
Oh yeah, the mayor and the judge.
Oh yeah. Well, it doesn't necessarily. Well, he is actually locking people up, but even if he weren't, the idea is the same. He's doing what he can get away with to crush dissent. Anyone that disagrees with him politically, and he's been
Yeah,
doing that for a while.
the gazpacho police are in full force.
Well, right now, ICE and what's the Border Patrol, whatever, they are
ICE.
they're his Gestapo. That's essentially what he's doing with them.
I was making fun of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Gazpacho.
Oh, is that what she said? I didn't
Yeah,
even know that.
Yeah, she called them the gazpacho police, and then everybody's like putting things as a gazpacho up.
How and who? Well, he locked up a judge for one because apparently he said that he was like they were intervening in the attempts to get rid of somebody like an immigrant or whatever, but they didn't have any evidence, and they made up some shit about the judge with absolutely nothing on him and locked him up. That's what that is. That is crushing dissent and getting rid of your political people that might stand in your way. They've also tried to sue multiple lawyers. What else did they do? They locked up a mayor. They arrested a mayor recently. That
They went
was.
after like a senator and congressman.
Did they lock them up?
It was a black guy. I can't remember. I think the police took him in, but he was released.
Mm-hmm. That might be the mayor that I'm thinking of. All he wanted was to be able to, and legally, they can come in, or Congress can come in and investigate any like institution or whatever involved, like an ICE, to make sure everything's running how it's supposed to. There's no corruption and shit. And they would fucking lock the people up if they were Democratic. And that's highly fucking illegal. And that's exactly what we're talking about. That's fucking like weaponizing shit for your personal ends.
The biggest thing that we should be worrying about right now is him wanting to get rid of habeas corpus. So whenever you get arrested by the police, that's your right to be taken and tried by a judge and actually be convicted of charges. Without habeas corpus, that means they can just throw you in prison. Just that's it. You're done. You're guilty.
Yeah, I looked that up. That's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
So he says he didn't lock up the judge. The judge tried to obstruct an arrest. So from what I was looked into, there was no evidence of obstruction. It was a trumped up, no pun intended, a trumped up bullshit thing. And they used it as an excuse to go after him, which seems more likely considering this isn't an offshoot. We have a history of this happening. He's literally targeting people that are like peaceful protesters because they say something that goes against Israel. And he's threatening to take away their fucking educational money. He's actually had some of them arrested. And like over and over, he keeps on trying to do whatever he can to crush dissent. And you're like, that's not happening. Like, how can you not see it?
The cult, you can't. It's like trying to convince a flat earther that they're not on a flat earth. It's just you can't convince them.
I
It's,
try.
I've given up at this point where it's just like it's infuriating. It's dealing with stupid people basically. It's like you just gotta deal with the stupid people destroying everything all the time.
Sounds
Well,
scary to me anyway.
even if you
Doesn't sound
were,
like doesn't sound like Western world stuff, does it?
because it's not. It's not what we are supposed to be all about. It's like it. In my opinion, it started with neoliberalism, and we started like this new way, and we've had like a shift back and forth. We went a little left, a little right, a little left, a little right, ever since that. But the right has become far more right than it used to be, and the left has become more right than it used to be. So it's like no matter what, we're going further right. And I think this is the culmination of that. And it's not good for people, not for average people.
Well, see, Mitch McConnell was setting it up for something like this, but he never expected Donald Trump to come along and just destroy everything.
Yeah. Well,
Mitch was setting it up for a Republican full sweep where they would have took over and actually ran it. I bet much better than Trump is running everything. But they would have had all the levers of power. But Trump swept in there and took everything over with this cult mentality.
like I don't see, like, even if you had issue like squabbles with some of this, like you could say those people weren't arrested, they were just escorted off or whatever. And I would say same damn, like, the point is they are protected with their freedom of speech, and you don't get to arbitrarily like Trump is like, well, saying anything about good about Gaza is being anti-Semitic or something, and that's stupid anyway, because that doesn't mean that. Like, and even if it did, it's protected by by freedom of speech. You don't get to do anything about it. Period.
They need to go study the history of the Weimar Republic.
I think if they did, then they would start seeing the similarities, and
because
they
that's
would
how
be,
it all began with Hitler.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
the whole staging point of everything. How he started with the taking over power, what he used as political targets, the gay, the trans people, so on.
Yep, it was very similar. But when you say that and they don't know anything, they're like, "Oh, you're exaggerating. Oh, you just compare anyone you don't like to Hitler." No, it's actually like Hitler. Like he was very similar, very in many ways.
And
way-
yet, and yet these are the same people who will say, "Do your research."
Yeah, exactly. The flat earther type, as I said.
But I'm going to escape now.
All right. Well, like I said, I got to
My
shut
dog
down
will be
anyway.
waking up. Yeah, sure.
You
Get
guys
out of that
take
cave.
Take care, gentlemen. It's been fun.
Yeah. Thanks for popping in, Mal.
Thanks for
Top
having
of the
me.
morning to you. Keep your knickers dry.
And Gadwin, as always, appreciate it. I was actually almost about to shut down today because it was a really slow start. But either way,
I
it was.
was playing some Battle Brothers.
Oh, it's all good. Don't in any way feel like you're obligated. Don't ever pop in unless you want to.
I was here a day early. Actually, I was here yesterday. I was around the time.
I saw the chat.
I was
saw
like,
that.
God damn it.
Yeah. This time I sent a post. You probably didn't see it. And YouTube's weird about actually showing everything. But I sent a little post saying that it was like 3 or 4 days before that my coworker had a death, or at least my coworker's husband had a death, and she needed to take days off, so I had to cover for her and swap my normal days off, so I had to make it today instead of yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it when I looked at the date, and I was like, son of a bitch. It's there. They actually popped the thing up on the windows to see the date. I'm like, God damn it, that's tomorrow.
Yeah. But yeah, that it should go back to normal most likely now, so it'll just be as expected. In any case, it was interesting, and Walter, I will look it up further, and if there's evidence, I'll provide the evidence, and I'll make a video about it. How's that? And you can disagree if you want, whatever. But gonna wrap this one up for now. Thanks, Gad. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Later on.